Good morning. Good morning.
I know we heard it.
Good morning.
And again.
Good morning.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in. The Tuesday morning edition of the Rob Brown Show is here. It is the Fan Upstate. Howdy to you. How do you do, Upstate South Carolina? Hello, America. What's up, world? It is great to be with all of you here on this lovely, I don't know if it's going to be lovely. It's very early. It's still dark outside. For those of you watching on the stream, I apologize. I'm about to make you a little bit seasick because I didn't get the camera.
Yeah, I just thought of a clip. I need a harumph. I think you need a harumph also. Yes.
Do people still harumph?
No, it doesn't matter. A sound clip. I'm talking about we need sound. I mean, we can dual harumphs.
I don't want anything to do with your rump. All right? I just don't, Lonzo.
I started to sing my rump. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. Great to have you. Hope you're doing well. Hope your week's off to a tremendous start as we begin this 4-hour adventure into the land of sports and merriment.
That's a long time. 4 hours.
It is. And we do it every day.
Live. Which is it's awesome.
Live, 4 hours live every morning. And we start at 6 o'clock in the morning. You're all, what do you understand the suffering that we put ourselves through for you people?
Yeah, but see, I have an idea. I just had an idea, which is scary.
Start the show at noon?
Scary. No.
Oh.
Take a Bluetooth speaker, or if you just want to wire it and take it out there, by the way, and put it in the where the rooster is, and let Rob wake the rooster up. Yeah, it's your revenge on that stinking rooster.
Yeah, roosters. Take that.
No one likes roosters, except for the hens. They probably like the roosters, but
All right, we got a lot that we got to get to today. A lot that we've got to discuss today. A lot that we've got to kick around today. South Carolina has got themselves a new special teams coach. Is that a harumph or is that just applause?
What's wrong with your ears? How's that not sound like applause?
Don't know. Okay, is a harumph just one sound? Like harumph?
Yeah.
Is that just a sound or is it like a chorus?
I believe harumph is from Blazing Saddles, wasn't it?
May people
I believe so.
in groups? If so, are they then the harumphs?
They're
Is there a
harumples?
Harumphuses.
I don't know. I don't have it yet, so I can't play it if I don't have it yet. And since you don't know what it is, that makes it even better.
Rabble.
Hey, Big Daddy, how you doing?
What up, Corey? So South Carolina's got themselves a new special teams coordinator. For a lot of teams, that might not be the biggest thing in the world, but obviously for Beamer ball, you got to have a guy who's got that unit drilled down and ready to go, and they got a good one. So we'll talk about that later on in the show. Clemson is putting together a 2025 recruiting class that I think you guys are going to be happy with. Yet another highly touted 4-star passing up on offers from Ohio State, Alabama, Texas, Georgia, and more.
Wait, Rob. It doesn't matter because I've heard this a bunch, especially on the radio, that doesn't work anymore. This recruiting thing, you've got to use the transfer portal. So if Dabo doesn't use the transfer portal, he can't win. So I mean, this is like this news means nothing.
All is lost.
Right. So
woe is me.
So Dabo and Clemson, they can't win because he doesn't use the transfer portal.
I will say this: build you a class of guys who want to be there. Look, if that's the direction you want to go that direction. And I will say, for now, that guy is doing a pretty good job of that right now. Dabo is doing a pretty good job, at least on paper, of getting guys to come to town in 2025 that have got them all the way up as the number 2 ranked recruiting class in the country, according to 24/7 Sports.
By the way, I'm not rooting for Clemson. But at the same time, I hope Dabo is able to do what he does his way and shut some people up. That's because I like that when people are wrong. I don't know why that is.
It's like when people are successful. That's what I'm going for.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah.
Makes me money. That's what I'm going for. And you just call it what it is. We'll talk about that later on in the radio broadcast. We have got a lot going on in the National Basketball Association as we are now, kids, just about 10 days away from the NBA trade deadline. There are a lot of reports about guys that could be on the move. There is also one going around about your Charlotte Hornets.
Nope.
That we will get into later on in the radio broadcast. It appears as though Charlotte may be very, very much into blow it up territory. Nope. Terry Rozier sent to Miami in return for Kyle Lowry, and the Heat seem to be working on a deal to go ahead and get Kyle Lowry out of town. Gordon Hayward is in the fourth year of his 4-year deal, the 34-year-old dealing with injuries that kept him out of the last game, and it looks like Gordon Hayward could end up on his way out of Charlotte.
All the guys,
not be the only ones.
Yeah, all the guys you're talking about are pretty old, though. I mean, what's the NBA average age of being done?
Probably late 20s, though I don't know specifically.
I mean, done. I mean, being done. You've plateaued. You're the old guy. You probably are going to play on 10 different teams before you make your way out of the league.
I mean, I don't know. I know Gordon Hayward is that age.
Yeah.
I mean, when Gordon Hayward got brought to Charlotte on a as a 30-year-old on a 4-year contract, even then it felt like it was too much. That guy's getting like $32 million a year. Right. And while Gordon Hayward is still a good player, that's why there is trade interest in him. He's the type of cat that you bring to a Denver or a Phoenix, and he gives you a little bit more depth. He gives you a little bit more longevity. He's a guy that you can sit your star for another 3-4 minutes and not worry about his plus minus being like -7 in 10-15 minutes of play. That's why there is buzz for him, pardon the expression. And that's why I actually don't have a problem with Charlotte moving Gordon Hayward. This year is obviously a wash. For the bus.
Isn't that every year?
Yes, but like you'd like for it to stop being that at some point.
Agreed.
And again, I'm kind of with Charlotte where I am with some other teams in that at some point you've got to chalk it up to management, to front office administration. This is the point that we hit with the Panthers. This is the point we have hit with some other teams as well. At some point, you got to circle it and go, all right, what's the only thing that hasn't been changed during this stretch of sub-mediocrity? And the answer is ownership and management. It's Mitch Kupchak, right? At some point, like Kupchak's out there right now going, oh, we're not done. We're making moves to get better. I'm like, really? Now, I get it. You're making moves right now that are predicated on giving yourself more resources to do better in the future. You're unloading contracts. You're opening up salary cap money. You're stockpiling draft picks to try to get some more Brandon Millers. You are hanging on to LaMelo. Speaking of Brandon Miller, he is balling out here and there. You got that guy to build as a two-man, right? Like, there are some good things about this team. It's just they're all future things. And every year that you spend another year stockpiling resources, freeing up contract money, trying to make more room for the future is 1 year closer to not having LaMelo, not having Miller, etc. Those guys want out. Because while it's rebuilding for you, it's a wasted season for them. And as Lonzo pointed out, you don't get to play in the show forever. We've talked about this in the past. I've had people in the past go, Rob, why do sports fans get so down in the dumps when their team loses? And the answer is because if you are lucky and you got a good, long, healthy life ahead of you, every football season is like 2 to 4% of the amount of time in its entirety that you're going to get to watch football. So whenever a team punts a season, whenever a team says rebuilding season, we're not going for it this year, that is a waste of a solid chunk of your life as a fan. Now take that feeling, take that emotion, and put it into a job, put it into the life of a player where any individual season in the NBA could be 10, 15, 20% of that player's time in the league. That's why guys ask out of bad situations. They ask out of bad situations because a wasted year might be 10, 15, 20, 25% of their time in the league. And if you lose 25% of your time in the league, not even kind of like on a team that straight up announces we're not competing this year, that sucks, man. So they got to figure something out. And we'll talk some Hornets basketball later on in the show. Obviously, as we head towards the Super Bowl on February 11th, a game that we can say the name of because you're going to hear it here and only here on the Fan Upstate. It is time to start transitioning over to basketball. Huge contest tonight for the South Carolina Gamecocks. They've got Tennessee on the road. Here's what's fun about this. South Carolina has more wins and fewer losses than the Tennessee Volunteers. They are unranked while Tennessee is in the top 5. This is and has the potential to be a season-defining matchup for the quarter zip and his gang. QZ and the boys, and it's not going to be easy. Let's be clear. Place is going to be rocking tonight. But you've got a real shot. If, capital I, if you find a way to win this game, you will be ranked when the next rankings drop. You find a way by Tennessee on the road in Knoxville, you will be ranked next time out. You will start getting that respect that the Gamecock fans have been asking for, despite getting smoked by Alabama. That's what's holding you back. A win against Alabama, or just not a blowout loss against Alabama, and the loss to Clemson. That's it. You can fix that today. And I think that's a big deal. So we'll talk some college basketball later on in the radio broadcast. What else do we have on tap today? What else we got to get to? Atlanta has filled out their not filled out their coaching staff, but the big three are now filled up. The Falcons now have their offensive and defensive coordinators in place. They are now the Los Angeles Falcons or the Atlanta Rams or whatever you want to call them, because Raheem brought a chunk of the LA coaching staff with him down to the dirty. So we'll talk about that later on in the show. A couple of different stories impacting the KC Chefs as they get ready for the Super Bowl. Not only are they now going to be without one of their premier defensive players when they take on Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers, but yesterday, Lonzo and I were having a good bit of fun about the Kadarius Toney story, right? Kadarius was listed on the injury report. Then over the weekend, he pops up on IG Live and he says, yo, that's all bunk. I'm not hurt. I'm good. That's not true. And then yesterday, the Walrus jumped on the Zoom to do an interview, and he said, yeah, no, he's definitely hurt. We didn't put him on the injury report for fun. Drama in Kansas City, Missouri. So we'll talk about that later on in the show. We got some Carolina Panther news and notes, and I got some questions for the Cats. Dave Canellis is the HC. He's now been in Charlotte long enough to decorate the office, long enough to get the truck pulled up and unloaded at the new house. Dave Canellis should be comfortably settled in. So what's next? We'll ask that question, and we'll answer that question coming up later on in the radio broadcast. It's going to be a busy day. I hope you will be a part of it. 844-326-3663. That is the Renewal by Andersen of the Carolinas phone line. 844-326-3663. You can text us. The text line is open at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N. We will read them on the radio broadcast. Texter says, some fans think the Hornets should trade LaMelo now because they think he has maturity issues and he's hurt a lot. I won't disagree with the hurt a lot. As far as maturity issues go, I got to tell you, for as much as LaMelo could be acting out, having to play on this team and being the spawn of the old ball dad, I'm not unhappy with LaMelo Ball. I'm really not. That dude could be dramatically worse. He could be Ja Morant, but he's not. Yes, he's hurt a lot. Yes, that's something you're going to have to deal with. Is that something that makes me say it's time to move on? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. We'll talk about that later in the show. Yeah, going to be a busy one. The great Lonzo is on the ones and twos. My name is Rob Brown. Let's get it. It's Tuesday, 4 hours underway on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate.
Smith.
All right, guys, real quick live reading. We're coming right back. Thanks for joining us. Stay right there. It has finally happened. The stench in the bathroom was so bad that I opened the door and went, nope, I'll hold it. I'll go in 2 or 3 segments from now.
One of the musicians fell sick with RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems.
I'm sorry for your pain.
Oh, dude. Opened the door and I felt like I got punched in the nasal cavity.
Did you watch any of Raw yet?
Yes, I watched it all, actually.
Okay, I've only watched the first hour. But they finally did something with Drew. That's what he needed. For me,
Yeah.
that's what he needed.
That was cool.
Are you worried about the story now?
Mm-mm.
You think they're just making it interesting by Seth doing that?
Mm-hmm. I also think it was a really good way for Seth to get the title over. Because I listened to it and I'm like, damn, he's kind of right.
Yeah, and he destroyed Roman.
Yeah, he's kind of right. I also think you have, because obviously Punk can't win the belt now. So I think you've created a really interesting way to get a Seth Roman potential standoff down the line. They're on different shows, but, you know, after Mania, they'll probably do a redraft.
And chances are Roman doesn't have the belt then.
Yep.
So, yeah, but Seth's still hurt. Has he had a surgery yet?
Who, Seth? I
Yeah.
have no idea. Oh, no, he's not having surgery.
He's not?
Mm-mm. That was his promo last week. He's not going to have surgery. He's going to rehab it as hard as he can to be ready to fight at Mania.
Yeah, but I mean, that's storyline. I wonder if he's.
Subject to credit approval. Sponsored by Netcoins. Invest in over 30 cryptocurrencies on America's low-fee credit platform. Take advantage of zero funding fees, fast trading, plus a $25 credit with code NFL 2024. Netcoins. Crypto investment.
All right, who's in the stream? There's a bunch of y'all watching. Nobody said nothing yet.
It's all right.
Where's everybody? Get in here.
It's early yet.
Shut the hell up.
I didn't say anything yet.
I was talking to that guy with Lonzo. He was just kind of snide. Didn't like the snide.
This was on me.
Oh, man.
My bad.
I got this whole new.
This was on me. My bad.
I blew it. It's all right. It's early. 6:20.
No, I didn't have the potentiometer, the fader up.
Dork.
Yeah, it's on me.
All right, let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. A lot that we have to talk about, a lot that we have to discuss this beautiful upstate Tuesday morning. Let us jump.
Are you sure it's beautiful? It's really
I don't know.
dark.
It's very dark outside.
It looks like it has the potential to be beautiful.
Shaq Thompson is, to me, a piece of the puzzle for the Carolina defense. Over the last probably couple of years, Shaq has been, he wasn't there this year, broke his leg in week 2 against the Saints. Year before that, had a good season. Shaq Thompson can be a major player for this team. Shaq Thompson was asked about Carolina and his time here. And when asked about finishing his career in Carolina, he said, quote, "It's definitely where I want to be," end quote. It's definitely where I want to be. Then he went on to say, does Carolina want me here? That's on them. Just keep it real. It's a business, end quote. Shaq Thompson has been through 3 head coaching changes so far, dating back to his rookie year in 2015. Shaq has been around since the Ron Rivera days. It also included 3 interim head coaches as well. Here's what I liked about these words from Shaq Thompson. Here's what I liked about this interview from Shaq Thompson. You know, in that last segment we were talking about guys in the NBA and how if you're a player and you want to win a ring before you call it a career, that toiling around on bad teams is not something that you're going to really put up with, specifically as you get older, right? This man's been in the league 8 seasons at this point. When you get to the point where you are threatening 10 years played, you are on borrowed time, right? Like we all know that. You're on borrowed time. And so for a guy like Shaq Thompson, despite going through his 3rd regular head coach, as well as 3 interim head coaches during his time in Charlotte, to still be on the record saying, I want to be here. I want to finish my career here. Effectively saying, I want to be part of the solution. I want to be part of the fix here in Charlotte. When I think it would be understandable, or at least I would very much understand it, if Shaq Thompson said, yo, I'm out, dude. Like, there's no traction here. There's no consistency here.
Think of the linebacker crew he used to roll with. He was there with Thomas Davis and Luke Kuechly.
Sure.
It was those 3.
Sure.
I mean, you know what you used to be with. At the same time, you talked about how this defense is the best part of the team right now. Maybe you see signs that things are going to get better, but I wouldn't blame him for leaving.
No.
But with his age, where's he going to go?
I wouldn't blame him for leaving, and I will give you an answer to that. Any top-notch defense that needs a linebacker, the guy can still play. Now, obviously, we haven't seen him play since he broke his leg against New Orleans in week 2. But if there's if he comes back at 90, 85, 90% of what he was, he's still a top-notch linebacker. I can think of a lot of teams that could absolutely have use for a guy like Shaq Thompson, right? But it would be, I think, or at least to me, more than understandable if a guy in the position of Shaq Thompson said, no, I want out. I want out. I'm not going to accomplish it. I can't win here, right? Like, this team is in full reboot right now. I've been in the game 8 years. I'm coming back to play on a broken freaking leg. I got to get out of here. I need to go to a contender. Let me go. Let me walk. But he didn't. He had the chance, and he has gotten to the point now where I think the majority of the public would go, yeah, we get it, Shaq. The majority of Panthers fans would go, yeah, we got you. We feel you. We understand. Good luck in your future endeavors. We'll be pulling for you wherever you go. I mean, right now, it kind of feels like the Carolinas, or I guess South Carolina, is like San Francisco East, right? With Debo and McCaffrey out there, kind of feels like a lot of folks are pulling for them. I think a lot of people would feel that way about Shaq Thompson, even if he was the one that got Shaq Thompson out of Charlotte. But I like this for Carolina. I like this for Carolina because, and those of you who followed the show before the hiring of Dave Canellis, there was one name that I was intrigued by as a potential coach. Not in love with, not fawning over, but intrigued by. And it was Mike Vrabel. Now, I put Mike Vrabel, I said this before the show today, and I'm going to come back to this later on in it. Zoe and I were talking before we came on the air. Amy Lawrence, whose show airs on CBS Sports Radio nationally, I think she does 5 hours, though. She goes from like 11 p.m. till 6 a.m. or something stupid. Or that's not 5, from like 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. Like a 6-hour show, 5-hour show?
It's at least 4.
As long as hell.
I'm going to put it that way. It's at least 4.
Anyway.
For some reason, I don't think I think she doesn't start till 2, but I could be wrong.
I don't know. Either way, she does a show that requires her to be nocturnal. Okay? So, Amy was talking this morning about Bill Belichick, and she was like, I think that Bill Belichick probably not going to be a great TV guy. I don't know that he's going to translate. And I told Lonzo, Bill Belichick might work if you paired him up with like a Charles Barkley type guy, like Bill and Rob Gronkowski, right? Just completely polar opposites. I said, but let me tell you what I think holds Bill Belichick back. And this is a take that I've gotten some pushback on, and I don't care. I don't think Belichick's a great X's and O's guy. I don't think Belichick really knows like the intricacies of football. I think Belichick did two things. I think Belichick was a culture guy, right? He was able to form a locker room to be more than efficient, and also he had Tom Brady. That was it. That's what he did. He had the GOAT for 100 years, and he dominated the locker room.
I have to disagree with you a little. We saw Tom Brady on teams when he was the only guy and they did not win. No. They had to have some.
When did I see that?
Later on in his career in the Patriots. With the Patriots, they did not win.
What? The only year they didn't win was when he got his knee shredded in week 1 of 2016 or whatever.
They didn't go to the Super Bowl. That means they didn't win.
Oh, okay. Well, must be nice, Chief fan.
They did.
Must be nice.
Did they win the division every time? I don't believe they did. I think you're giving a little too much credit to Tom Brady. There was some pieces around him when they made their Super Bowl runs. Absolutely, there were. The
only year that the Patriots were bad was Tom Brady's very last year, and all they did was go 12-4. In 2018, his second to last year, they won the Super Bowl. In 2017, his third to last year, they were in the Super Bowl. In 2016, the year before that, they won the Super Bowl. There were 2 seasons that Brady didn't lose, that Brady lost in his career. It was the 2008, was it 08 that his knee got shredded, and then his last year where they went 12-4 and lost in the divisional round.
Okay, when did Brady leave?
2019 was his last year. Went to Tampa Bay and won the Super Bowl in 2020. I mean, Brady never lost. That's the best thing Hoodie had going for him.
All right,
that Brady never lost.
I stand corrected.
Yeah.
I tried to give Belichick and the Patriots a little more credit, and you just want to put it all on Tom Brady. I think that's ridiculous. I think that there were definitely some players there that could win. And there's no way Tom Brady did it alone. There's no way he did it alone.
I didn't say he did it alone.
You said all he had was Tom Brady, and that's not true.
No, right. He had Tom Brady. If you plugged any other quarterback into that slot for that many years, you don't have what Belichick had.
Yeah, Garoppolo won there. Some other people won there whenever Brady was down.
Garoppolo had a year that got him a contract to go elsewhere. Did they win the Super Bowl that year? Did they go to the Super Bowl this year?
You just said they couldn't win without Brady, and they did.
See the difference between the year Jimmy G was the QB and Tom Brady taking them to Super Bowls until the very last season.
You're just trying to go around the point. If they had zero help, there's no way Garoppolo could win there. We see what Garoppolo is now. He was a facade. He had some of us fooled, including me, making us think that he was a pretty good quarterback. But if he didn't have pieces there, they couldn't have won while he was there.
Right. But here's the thing. I think
Zach is right. Matt Castle won 11-5. You want to put it all on Brady, like Brady is the only reason why they won, and he's not.
Oh, let's be clear. The team was good.
Thank you.
Okay?
That's not how you made it sound.
But what I'm saying is you saw what happened to Hoodie the minute Brady left the building. The minute he was gone. When Brady was there, they had a good team. And Brady goes down, they go 11-5 with Matt Castle, sure. Still 11-5, which for that point in time in the Patriots' legacy was bad, right? But still good for every other team.
Yeah, you're right. 11-5. That's horrible.
You just said they were losers for not going to the Super Bowl.
You're right.
You said that.
I did. I did. There can be only one winner every year.
Right. So the point here is this is not supposed to be a Brady thing. I was supposed to stick here with Carolina, but I'm coming back to it.
your defense of some players is just, I mean, man, you ready to go if someone says something bad about certain guys. It's just
No one says something wrong about certain
No,
guys.
it's have a differing opinion. I'm
Right,
going
a bad opinion.
Well, no, just a differing one, and I'm going to continue to do that because that's
Your job. I get it. So, Hoodie had Brady, but Hoodie was a culture coach, not an X's and O's coach. That's what I said my concern was with Vrabel. I think Vrabel is a guy, and the reason Vrabel doesn't have a job is because, and looking at this in hindsight now, it seems much more obvious to me. The reason Vrabel doesn't have a job is because he's following the Belichickian method, which is I want control and I'm going to build that locker room culture the way I see fit. And then I'm going to hope that a combination of culture and talent are going to take me to the next level. That's what Vrabel did at Tennessee. And from what I understand, that's what Vrabel was looking for when he was doing interviews to be a head coach moving forward. And when you're interviewing with teams that have GMs that go, yeah, I'm not going to give up my control and my power over this team to give it to you and tie my future to that. Because if you come in and I give you my job responsibilities and you fail, I'm fired too, man. Like, I'm out of here too. And they're not going to do that. So, I think the situation that you're looking at with Vrabel, and the reason I was intrigued by Carolina is because with the demoralizing reality of the Carolina Panthers, to have a guy that could come in and be a player's coach and get that locker room on the same page would be massive if he hired the right coordinators. But when I see comments like this from Shaq Thompson, when I see comments, because you've gotten very similar comments from Brian Burns, when you've got very good players like these guys, and they're saying, yeah, no, I want to finish my career here. I want to be here. This is my spot. This is my home. I want to be a part of this. It tells me you don't really have a culture problem, right? Now, all of a sudden, not even interviewing a guy like Mike Vrabel makes perfect sense because your locker room is sitting right here telling you, we're good. We like the locker room. We like the guys. We like the boys. We like the city. We like the squad. We just want to win. And I think at this point, we have come to the conclusion there are two things that are preventing that. David Tepper and bad coaching over the past couple of years. That's it. Tep and bad coaching over the last couple of years. So you bring in Dave Canellis. Canellis has been a QB coach for a couple of years where he basically crafted the turnaround of Russell Wilson and Geno Smith. He goes to Tampa 1 year as an OC, but that 1 year in the OC, he helps Baker Mayfield to a career year, right? So you got a guy that has now shown you he can coach. He can X's and O's a little bit. We'll see if it changes when he's trying to be the HC, but he can X's and O's a little bit. And if he can X's and O's and you've got a good locker room culture that's already there, and you've got guys like Shaq Thompson saying, I want to be here. I want to be a part of this. This is my squad. Lonzo, am I being ridiculous for kind of walking myself into a sense of optimism here? Like, am I being ridiculous for going,
no, come on,
maybe there's a good setup here?
Come on, man. We did this even before Matt Rule. We got it. We got excited. You and I got excited. Thought things were going to be really good. I just maybe slow it down a little. Just a little. Slow it down a little, and let's see how the rest of the staff is filled out, what moves they make, things like that. I've said many times the Panthers are my NFC team. I am not going to do that again. I'm not going to get hyped up like I have been, believing things are going to be a certain way. I'm just going to take it slow, which is probably what they're going to do.
Lonzo said, Carolina, I really like you. I think you're very special, and I could see this going somewhere, but I just don't want to move too fast. Okay? I don't want to move too fast. I want to take it slow. Like maybe we'll go on a couple of nice chaperone dates at first. Share a milkshake, different milkshakes. We're not drinking out of the same straw. We're not there yet. Okay? We haven't hit that level yet.
It could be made in the same thing, and then you like pour it in the two
Like in the
cups.
big tin
Yeah,
thing?
yeah, that thing. I don't know what
Is there
that's
anywhere
called.
you can still do? Wait, first off, what is that called? And second off, is there anywhere around here I can get a classic old school milkshake that like they give you the extra milkshake in the big tin thing?
I don't know, because I love those. Those
Yeah.
are great. And for some reason, the tin thing keeps it cold.
And it's perfect.
Yeah, I don't know.
There was a place next to my house growing up called the Shalimar Diner. It was an old 50s styles diner. My pops used to take me there all the time to watch baseball. They had TV. This was innovative as hell at the time. They had a TV in every booth. So my dad would take me and my brother there, and we watched the Braves and the Cubs when they played a night game. And we get these like rich chocolate milkshakes, and they bring you, like the classic milkshake glass, but then they bring you that big tin shaker thing there was bonus milkshake in. And I have no idea, where can I get a classic old school throwback 1950s in the tin chocolate milkshake? Somebody help me. I didn't know that I didn't know the answer to that until right now. And right now I have to know. There's a diner somewhere, right? There's a classic throwback diner. I don't care if it's in the Berg. I don't care if I got to drive up to the border. Where is that classic old school diner that's hitting me up with the extra milkshake in that tin container cup thing? Because I want one. And I'm not going to lie, Zoe, if somebody hits me up and it's within like half an hour, that might be lunch today. I might leave here today to go get a milkshake. Somebody out there hit me up and let me know. I got to know. And I got to know now. Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number 1 of the radio broadcast. We talked some Carolina Panthers. We got Clemson and South Carolina football and basketball to get to. We got some NBA and more. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It's Rob and Lonzo and you on the Fan Upstate.
All right, there's a Northgate soda shop. I don't know if it has that or not. There's also the ice cream station. I'm just looking at things that I think would be more like mom and pop type
Northgate
stuff.
Soda Shop, was that Chris's place?
It could be.
I think it is. It looks familiar. Like
yeah.
we've looked at it before.
Yeah, you could go there and get you a Chris
It
Evans.
looks like they have an old school like soda bar, like soda fountain bar.
Crazy Mason milkshake bar.
That's downtown. They don't make old milkshakes, but they make like big gourmet boutique milkshakes.
Yeah, so Grills is on there. Grill Marks is on here for that too, and they have those in the mall.
Like the big fancy milkshakes?
The big fancy milkshakes, yeah. Not the kind we're talking about.
I can tell you, I think I'm
the
hitting up
Pickwick
Northgate
soda
Shop today.
fountain.
The what?
The Pickwick soda fountain? That even looks like an old school.
Pickwick soda fountain.
Ice cream counter with tasty milkshakes and a cute shopping area.
Yo, this looks good.
Where's it at?
It is.
Because when I just looked for top 10 in the Greenville area.
Augusta Street downtown. Well, outside of downtown. The Steak and Shake do this. Jesse, I have not had a Steak and Shake since I was in college. Is there a Steak and Shake around here?
Yeah, it's on Congaree.
Okay.
Fairly close to the mall. If you go the back, like if you go into the bowling alley, just go on down and it's on the right. It's right after there's a Mexican restaurant. It's right after that.
Steak and Shake fries are in the competition for best fries.
I went there when it first opened a little bit and then stopped going there because I don't know. Just don't go that way that much.
Yeah. I don't think Steak and Shake is like I'm going out of my way for it. Yeah. But if I pass one when I'm hungry, I'll be happy with it.
We've talked about going to the bowling alley to eat on Saturday just because you
The
know,
food there's not
yeah,
bad.
yeah. That's what I was trying to tell Odie. We're taking them to different places around
Yeah.
here.
All right, one more break, and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm really hoping that bio weapon that got dropped in there has been cleared out. That's the third commercial today with the word legendary in it.
I think it's the same one.
No, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's the same one. That.
Oh,
whoever-
I'm clicking your state conversation as a commercial that I heard.
Okay. Well, you know, I have done advertising, you know, as a professional for quite some time. It's not lately because people are dumb.
Have you heard of the drop-in store?
No.
There's a Reddit thread right now of I went to the Greenville Reddit because I was gonna be like, yo, where can I get a great milkshake? And there's a place called Maria's in the drop-in store. That apparently has like banging tamales, and I love a tamale, but it's also like a cash and carry store.
Thank you, Josh, for making me equally legendary.
With the equally. You should send that to commercial guy and tell Hendricks to make the next bumper have that in it.
Oh, he won't, because that puts me on equal footing. He won't do that. You're right, Zach.
All right, I can't imagine Joey's correct with this text. Respectfully to my guy Joey, P1, top notch, top tier. But he says, and before I read this text, let me make this very clear. I have consumed more milkshakes from this place since I moved here to the upstate than any other place I've ever lived, with the exception of the 1950 style diner that I grew up in. Okay? But Joey said the closest you'll get these days to a quality milkshake is Cookout. And again, let me throw out, I love Cookout. I had never had Cookout till I moved here. The fiance one day, as I was coming home from a Burns game, as a matter of fact, my first year calling games, I'm like, what do you want? I'm on the way home. And she goes, hit up a Cookout and get me a peanut butter chocolate banana milkshake. And I was like, all right, for sure. And since I was there, I went ahead and got myself a classic chocolate milkshake. And it was good, like real good. Like I'll stop at a Cookout driving by just for a milkshake. But I am looking for like classic, sit at the counter, watch them make it, old school milkshake, comes in the extra tin, like the classics. Texture said, Bantam Chef is a 1950s style diner in Chesney. Bantam Chef.
Yeah, but Chesney, dude.
I mean, listen,
I'm
down that way sometimes.
I was going to say it Burns might be down that way or something, and you might be able to stop in. But Chesney, that's a
I mean,
haul.
dude, not only does it look like a 50s style restaurant, their website looks like it's in the 50s. Like it's like it hasn't been updated since MySpace was a thing. And here's the weird thing, though, with the restaurant, that makes me trust them more.
Yeah, because they're keeping it real, yo.
Yeah, that makes me trust them more. All right, next time I'm down in Chesney, the Bantam Chef's getting a visit. How long is that drive from here to there? Too far to justify it for a regular lunch? It's 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's you know what that is? That's a spring motorcycle ride.
It's 100% what that is. You are exactly correct. You know what that is? That's a spring motorcycle ride to go up there to hit a couple of because it's like 5 minutes before you get to the North Carolina, South Carolina border. It's like a spring ride up, and then you hit some of the like Revolutionary War sites and stuff up there. Pop into a 50s diner, grab a milkshake, and head back. It's a good call. Good call. Appreciate that text, texter. All right. I can't spend the entire day talking about milkshakes, but I could.
I was gonna say I
totally
don't know
could.
why you couldn't.
I totally could. I absolutely could. What's the best milkshake in the game around here then, right? What's the best milkshake in the game around here? That's what I need to know now. Like Chesney, good, I'm all in. I will absolutely take the ride up there when the weather gets nicer and I get the bike tuned up for the spring. But around here, I can't imagine. Texture says, Rob, it's pronounced Chesney. Then put a Z in it. Clinton, if you want to be Clinton, take the T out of it. Stop getting on people for reading the words correctly. You named your towns.
Don't bow, man. Don't bow. Other people bow and they have to do it.
It's Clinton. It's Chesney. If you wanted a Z in it, pop a Z in there. Have the mayor write up an ordinance that says we're changing the name of the town to put a Z in there because that's how we say it. And for the record, if you do that, that's all I'll call it. If the mayor of Clinton said, I'm writing an official proclamation that we're dropping the T, we're Clinton now, I will call you Clinton forever.
By the way, go spend a little time in Clinton and you might understand.
I love. Oh God, here's the text I wasn't ready for. Rob, what's MySpace?
That was sarcasm.
I hope so. I really hope so.
Our demographic isn't that young. Although, MySpace still exists. I mean, when did it go?
Was it?
Yeah, I believe so.
No way. They still have that up? They do.
Yeah, it just went out of style. So, what?
You gave me $1 million. I couldn't remember what my MySpace password is.
Yeah, me either.
I don't even know what email I used for MySpace. It's been that long.
Now he's trying to get on his old MySpace.
I got one guess. If this ain't it, I don't know it. Nope, that ain't it. Oh man. Get up in my see who remained in my top 8 the last time I logged in like 2007. All right. Texas said Andy's has the best milkshake and ice cream anywhere. There is one not too far from the house for me.
Where's Andy's?
There's one on Wade Hampton, up closer to Greer than Taylor's. And it's funny, it's right next to the Popeyes. I've been to the Popeyes 100 times, never popped into the Andy's. Now I have to.
You're Mr. Local guy. That sounds like a local place, right?
I have no idea. I don't know if it's local. I don't know if it's a chain. Like I said, every time I'm up that way, one of two things is happening. I'm either driving past it on my way to Burns or the airport, or I'm there to get Popeyes. And I order so much chicken, I can't get a milkshake too. Also, they're big custard
Quit saying you can't. I mean, you could.
I eat Popeyes in a way that prevents me from eating anything else for a day.
You eat the milkshake, you could reheat the Popeyes.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
Air fryer, dude. Air fryer makes everything work.
Skrilla said, where'd it go? Maria makes the best lunch ever. Go. Well, that's where I'm going to lunch. That's it.
Do you go
Tamales,
in singing Maria, Maria? I mean, what do you do?
Tamales and a Skrilla endorsement? I don't think it can be better. All right. I do apologize to all of you for going milkshake through a whole segment. But
no, the real reason why he's apologizing to you is because I
don't have an answer yet.
No, it's 6:54 and he's making everyone crave milkshakes before breakfast.
I don't feel bad for that at all. You're adults. Have cake for breakfast if you want.
Yeah.
You're an adult. Do what the hell you want. I apologize because I did that and did not end the segment with an answer. You know? Like,
well, it's a 4-hour show, dude. I mean,
Texture said, stop complaining about place name pronunciations. You don't even go by Robert on the air. And that text did not come from my mom
or your brother
or my brother.
Okay. All right.
That's from somebody here who is clearly very upset by Clinton and Chesney.
It's they probably hate both those places, but because it's they're from here, so they feel like they have to defend it.
I don't know. There's a T and there's an S, and that's how those letters work. Anyway, we got to run to the top of the hour break. I'm still looking for your milkshake text. Where is the best classic old school 50s style diner style milkshake in the upstate? Because I want one desperately now. Sports Flash.
That's the best one ever. When South Carolina's special teams coach Pete Lembo left to take a head coaching job elsewhere, there were questions about the future of Beamer ball. Yesterday, the Gamecocks announced they've hired two-time Super Bowl winning special teams coach Joe DeCamillis. He puts these phonetically, and it messes me up, to fill the role, signing him to a 3-year contract. DeCamillis spent 31 years in the NFL between 7 teams, winning rings with Denver in 2015 and the Rams 2 years ago, and spent last year as special assistant to Steve Sarkisian at Texas. Atlanta has named former Rams assistant head coach Jimmy Lake as their defensive coordinator. Lake was head coach at the University of Washington for 1 season before moving to the NFL. Tune in tomorrow at 6:30 as the Furman Men's Paladins team takes on the Citadel right here on your home for Paladins football and basketball, The Fan, Upstate. Yeah. Had to tickle the entire time. Apologize for the coughing.
They say that variety is the spice of life. That couldn't be truer than with the all-new 2024 Upstate Craft Beer Passport. On sale now for just $40 at upstatecraftbeerpassport.com. 20 breweries and 2 bonus distillery stops with free tasting and tours at Swamp Pots and Red Border Distilleries. We've got a cold one with your name on it at Tetrad Brewing Company and the Pint Station. Get
Thank you, Josh.
2024 Upstate Craft Beer Passport now for just $40 at upstatecraftbeerpassport.com.
Sick and tired of achy joints? Dread the idea of surgery? You need to call QC Kinetics today. Hey, it's Charlie James. The state of healthcare is always changing.
So Rob and I both write the stories. He writes the majority of them, and I go back in and try to fix them to how I read them. Every time he puts phonetics in, it messes me up, and I need to take those out. The phonetics are there to help me,
Yes.
but instead it's the opposite.
Would you have nailed it on the first try without him?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm bet, and if I don't, then I don't know if I got it right or wrong. Whether than going, okay, I need to sound this, and because there's space, I want to take my time reading each part of the name.
Yeah.
And it slows it down, and it just I just think you're doing it on purpose, which is funny. I know you're trying. I know you're trying to help.
Don't help. I'll take him out.
No, I can take them out. I think I can get past it without doing that, and I apparently cannot. I can blame it on sickness, but it has nothing to do with that. It just always messes me up, and it shouldn't.
Yo, April 2024, Heart is coming here. I'm all in.
How many of those do you go to and then you come out disappointed, though?
None of them. I'll tell you why. It's about the mindset going in. You have to go in recognizing you're not seeing 1980s Heart. You're seeing 2024.
I'd rather see the 70s Heart than
Yes,
the
I
80s
would.
Heart.
Whatever
Yeah.
Heart you want to see, they're not that anymore. It is more about seeing a legend than seeing someone in their prime. I'm not expecting
English is
great-
very difficult because I speak mostly street, and
Yes.
he laughs about that, but he grew up on a golf course. Anyway. And Braden, no, it probably is not the band you think it is. We have a division of Odyssey called Alpha Libraries, and they have thousands of songs in there, but some of them are similar and sound like other things. So maybe it sounds like the band you're talking about.
Yeah, we have a lot of knockoffs because we can't play the regular recordings.
We can't, but not on stream. Yeah,
right.
We can't do it on stream. And I think it helps on stream for you guys to know when we're actually live on the air and just talking to you. So any idea who the team on Friday is going to be as far as announced team on SmackDown?
Mm-mm.
I would
Barrett.
And who?
They give Corey a shot at lead?
Maybe.
I don't know. I like Pat back on Raw though.
I don't think I can do Raw anymore. I know Rob went to the last one. SmackDown I can do, but I'm just too old and have to get up too early. I'm like 3 steps away from being my uncle who went to bed at 7 p.m. Oh.
And here we go with our number 2. Yeah. The money hour of the Rob Brown Show starts now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do, Upstate South Carolina? Happy Tuesday to you. I am Rob, the Great Lonzo on the ones and twos this AM. Should you wish to be a part of the radio broadcast, the renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas phone line is there for you at 864-326-3663. The text line is open at 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, 71307. We'll read them on the air. Texture says, Rob, you'll say Nolans all day, but God forbid you say Chesney. No, I don't. I don't say Nolans. Never have said Nolans. Get frustrated with people who do say Nolans because nobody from Nolans calls it Nolans.
Do they not?
No.
Okay.
No, they don't.
So the movies and TV and
Correct.
stuff, they all lied.
Correct. If you go watch any movie with John Goodman, who is from New Orleans, he never says Nolans.
You know I'm not going to watch that guy.
Because you have a bad John Goodman take. That's not how we say it, all right? And we don't ask other people to pronounce it incorrectly intentionally. No. It's not New Orleans. We prefer you say it Nolans.
You know, people are offended by people from other parts of the United States moving here. You can do it without a visa or anything. You just get up and go, you know what? I'm going to buy property there and you can move there. It's because America. You have a problem with people moving here, but then you want them to assimilate.
I'm talking to America here.
And say things the way you say them. But here's the thing. Once they do that, once they start to talk like you won't be able to tell the difference. Then you won't be able to use differences.
Clearly, they will have been here 4 years.
Yeah, because you won't conform. And I salute you on that.
Nolans. Nobody says that.
You know what? You're a contrarian.
The audacity.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:03 in the morning. You are now less than an hour away from punching the clock, which means that if you're like me, you're like less than an hour and 10 minutes away from taking your first break of the day.
Or maybe you're punching the boss or a coworker and you're done.
Don't do that.
Take
Don't
this
do that.
job
Don't
and shove
do
it.
that.
And just, yeah.
I don't work here anymore. You are a country fan.
There was a movie that had that on it and had the guy that was star from Airplane, I think, in it. And
Leslie Nielsen?
No.
The GOAT?
No. The main star.
Oh. Leslie Nielsen, the GOAT.
The main star. I
Nielsen.
don't remember his name, and neither do you. That's why we're stuck on that. The guy who flew the plane.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you that guy's name for $1 million right now.
But anyway, I believe he was in that movie. And yes, I know it's what, Johnny Paycheck.
Robert Hayes.
There we go.
Played Ted Stryker. Let's be real. The main guy in Airplane was Kareem. Okay? Best
He
NBA
died. He died pretty
cameo
quick,
ever.
though. I mean, I assume he died. I guess he did. Maybe he just was sick.
That's not true. He was not even the main actor. The main actor was Otto.
The
The
autopilot.
inflatable autopilot.
Yes.
Correct. When you take that first break, you will walk down that annoying hallway. You will go stand around the water cooler. You will begin to discuss sports with your coworkers. And when they say, hey, are you up to date on the most important sports stories of the day, you will be able to say yes, because you were here for this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
I'm your huckleberry.
even before the first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
The flatulence made it through anyway. Just don't know why that's funny. I just don't,
It's hilarious.
Really?
Yes.
Then why have you been waiting like 3 breaks before you go into the bathroom if it's so funny?
Farts. Hilarious. Weapons of ass destruction going off in our bathroom. Not as hilarious, Lonzo.
I don't know if I should have dumped that or not. But
Nah, it's
anyway,
fine.
yeah,
It's fine.
yeah.
I'll allow I'll allow it.
I don't care of what you say.
Water Cooler Cheat Sheet's top 3 sports stories that you need to know before you get to the office and start talking sports with your coworkers. Let us begin with item number 1. I'm sorry to keep left-hand turning here. Have you seen these new Patrick Mahomes Subway commercials? I don't care that it's Mahomes and or Kelsey. Apparently, they are selling foot-long chocolate chip cookies. Is that a real thing?
Yeah, they're called the sidekicks.
That's a real thing they're doing?
Yeah, so that's why Travis Kelsey's mad, because that's Mahomes' new sidekick.
I mean, I like the concept.
They
of
have
the commercial.
foot-long churros. They have foot-long cookies, and a foot-long something else. I forget what the other thing is.
Foot-long chocolate. And I'm going to tell you right now, Subway's chocolate chip cookies, pretty good.
It's
pretty good. If they're as good as their regular
it's
cookies.
like a 16th of a cookie cake.
That's okay.
Because
America.
yeah, that counts, because if you turn the cookie cakes are usually about a foot long. So if you just, maybe it's more like an 1/8.
America. All right.
America.
Let's get to it. I've got a bunch of these today, man. I had a hard time putting them into a top 3 order.
Only need 3.
I know, but I have like 7. That's why I'm struggling with this one.
It's not 7 though. It's 3.
I am aware. I made the segment.
What are you haughty?
Did we play the bong yet? Item number 1.
The water cooler was played. Yes,
But did we play the bong?
I played the water cooler sound. It even says water cooler sound. When I went into the library, it said water cooler. It does not say bong. If you want to go in and type bong, because I checked after people said it so I could compare the two in alpha libraries, there was no bong sound in there.
There's no bong in there.
No. Unless I spelled it wrong. Yeah, you found that somewhere else. And it doesn't sound like this. This sounds more like Flushing, closer to Flushing than it does what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, you're not wrong. South Carolina has.
He was,
gotten
by the way,
themselves-
if you're watching on video, you know he didn't actually use the bong, even though it sounded like it at the end the way he was
Stop,
talking.
You're ruining the radio magic. South Carolina lost Pete Lembo. He headed to Buffalo to take over their head coaching job. The longtime special teams coordinator was a major part of the organization around hashtag Beamer Ball. And there were questions about what direction the Gamecocks might go in order to replace Lembo. The answer? They ended up going with longtime and 2-time Super Bowl winning special teams NFL caliber coordinator Joe DeCamillis. The school's board of trustees approved a 3-year contract worth $800K a season. He takes over for Lembo, who left earlier this month. DiCamillo spent from 91 to 22, working for 7 different NFL franchises, including a pair of stints with both Denver and Buffalo. He was part of the Super Bowl winners in Denver during the 2015 season. He won his second ring with the Rams 2 years ago. Last season, his first at the collegiate level, where he spent a season as special assistant to head coach Steve Sarkisian at Texas. Horns level. Let's not go. Can't say the other thing.
You're not speaking. That's just.
You can't do it. It's like flipping off the camera. It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
It's the same thing.
It is not.
It's the same thing.
I will not bow to you or Texas.
It's the same thing. You might as well just give the double bird to the camera if you're going to do the horns. Ooh, almost said it. If you're going to do the horns signal, might as well just flip the bird. It's the same thing.
Until there are new FCC laws that tell me I can't do that, I'm going to do that.
DiCamillo spent his NFL career as an administrative assistant for his father-in-law, then Denver head coach and South Carolina standout Dan Reeves. DiCamillo was promoted to a position on Reeves' coaching staff in 91 as a special teams assistant, worked his way all the way up to special teams chief for a whole lot of teams since then, and obviously coming off of a 5-7 season and missing a bowl game after making the postseason in the first 2 seasons. Beamer looking to figure out how it is to get himself an emphasis back on Beamer ball, and now you have your answer, item number 2.
Yeah, you did that on purpose.
I did no such thing. The Atlanta Falcons coaching staff is rounding out. I know we got some Falcons fans up in the hood. So one coaching hire might not make the cheat sheet. 2 does. Both coordinator positions filled under Raheem Morris less than a week after naming the former Rams defensive coordinator their HC. They end up with their DC on that staff. The Falcons announced former Rams assistant head coach Jimmy Lake as their defensive coordinator yesterday, joining new offensive coordinator Zach Robinson, who we'll talk about here in just a moment. They'll reunite with Raheem Morris, who has hired several coaches from the Rams after serving as the team's DC since 2021. Lake was the head coach at the University of Washington from 2020 to 2021 after being in various assistant roles for 6 seasons prior to that, including 2 as defensive coordinator. Of course, he vacated that role to go to the league. Kalen DeBoer stepped in and filled in that role, and some of Jimmy Lake's recruits were on the team that went to the national championship game this year. This is not Lake's first time in the NFL. However, he does have a few years under his belt in the past, working as the defensive backs coach at Tampa Bay and Detroit. Lake and Raheem Morris worked together in Tampa Bay during that stint. Over on the offensive side, Zach Robinson will be Atlanta's new offensive coordinator. Got tabbed in that role yesterday, according to Shefty. The 37-year-old has been the quarterback's coach and passing game coordinator for the Rams for the past 2 seasons, worked his way up the coaching ranks with that team. He is a former Oklahoma State quarterback who spent some time in the NFL, though he did never play in a game. He became the assistant quarterbacks coach in 2019, the assistant receivers coach in 2020, and the assistant quarterbacks coach again in 21 before being promoted to passing game coordinator and QB coach in 2022. Obviously, he has worked with a couple of Rams quarterbacks in the past. Both Stafford and Goff found success under Robinson's tenure there. Now the big question for the ATL. Who's he coaching as a quarterback next year? Who's running his offense next year? Do you run it back with Desmond Ridder? Don't do that. Or are you making a trade up in the draft to go get Jaden Daniels? Do that. I mean, don't do that as a Saints fan. But as a football guy, as a knower of ball, yeah, do that. Do that. Falcons also announced that they would be retaining special teams coordinator Marquise Williams. That according to ESPN, allowing the Falcons to keep one of the top special teams coordinators in the league and maintain some level of consistency as they transition to the Raheem Morris era there in the ATL. Let's get to item number 3.
Yes, I stared angrily at my mouse because
you really did.
Because I clicked the button. I'm pretty
You
sure
really
I clicked
did.
it. I tried to click it.
All right. Item number 3 on the water cooler cheat sheet. We know that there are some moves being made right now in the land of the NBA. The trade deadline across the Association is February 8th in the afternoon. If you're going to make a move, you got to have it done by then. We know that the Hornets have already made one big move. They sent scary Terry Rozier down to Miami. Of course, Miami lost again last night. That is 8 straight for the Heat, so it hasn't been that much of a boost, at least not yet. Takes some time to develop chemistry. We all know that, but it may be also true that the Hornets are not done making moves. Reports beginning to come out that there are other names on the roster that could be shipped up out of Dodge before that February 8th trade deadline. 2 of them, veterans Kyle Lowry and Gordon Hayward. Lowry, of course, just got to Charlotte after the trade for Terry Rozier from Miami. He has not yet suited up and played a game for Charlotte, leading some to begin speculation that they told him, don't worry about it, we're trading you away anyway. This was a roster space move. This was a money-freeing move for us, so we are going to let you go. Then there's the other side of the equation, Gordon Hayward. Gordon Hayward in the 4th year of a 4-year contract where he is making north of $32 million a year. Hayward has, of course, struggled with injuries over the years here in Charlotte. A good player, not a great player, certainly not a player that you want to be on the hook for $32.5+ million for down the stretch. And if you're not going to resign this guy, and because of the fact that you have effectively decided to punt this season, that's a move that a contender would probably make that also allows you to not just free up a roster spot to get some young guys, some developmental XP, but would also take some money off the books for next year. It will put you in a better position to go find another guy to pair up with LaMelo and Brandon Miller moving forward. It also sets you up with good money to make a run at a couple of veteran free agents, of which there will be a few this offseason. Mitch Kupchak said when the move of Scary Terry took place that the Hornets would not be done, that there were still moves to be made. We wondered if they were going to be additions or subtractions, and now you have your answer. So there you have it, your water cooler cheat sheet. 3 stories you need to know before you get to work and start talking sports with your friends. Let's take a break. We come back here in just a minute. Dave Canellis, the new head coach of the Carolina Panthers. He has been there now for a week. He's settled in. The office is decorated. I assume the U-Haul has been unloaded, and Dave is starting to talk football with the fellas. So what's the first few orders of business for Dave Canellis as he tries to navigate the murky waters of the Charlotte football scene? We'll try to answer that question when we come back. Rob Lonzo and you on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right. Thanks for hanging in there, amigos. We are back. Zach, good morning. James, Braden, Poindexter, Skrilla, Braden. No, I'm good. I already went. I went in there and one of the other Rise guys, another show host.
Okay.
walked in there
Wow.
and proceeded to enter the stall, and I went into the hurry up offense.
That's what you got to do.
Yep.
Got to know the room, how to work it, and get in and get out.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post the job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
At Hannah's Organic Honey, business may be sweet, but they need an e-commerce queen bee to lead the hive.
Okay, these jars are going to Jakarta. Cynthia Jackson.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Schedule
I've decided to forego medicine this morning.
Risky decision.
Well,
$75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions.
4th hour yesterday was rough, so I can't.
On select top products like electrical wire and drywall, so you can get the job necessities for less. Because Lowe's knows savings, Lowe's knows pros. In-store only. Exclusions, restrictions, and more terms apply. Details at Lowe's.com/terms. Subject to change.
It all comes down to this. Super Bowl
Do.
from Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Takes the snap, darts a pass, intercept, caught by Kelsey.
Oh, man. I've been off the monster 2 days, and this is the first time I'm like, I should have got one.
Wherever you are next Sunday, stream Super Bowl 58 with Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search Super Bowl. AUDACY.
Hey, look, morning has broken.
It hath. Hark. Beyond what light beyond yonder window breaks. I don't know. I'm dumb.
Crypto investing made easy. Download the app today at netcoins.com.
Coming up on a Super Tuesday episode of Offsides with Mark Ryan and Diesel. All but 3 NFL head coaching positions are filled, so we will grade the ones that are. We implore you, do not be this guy at a sporting event. We've got Mark and Diesel's top 5 and so much more, all on a Super Tuesday episode.
Number 1 for real afternoon sports talk.
Offsides with Mark Ryan.
Top 5 what? Need better writers.
So Dave Canellis has been in Charlotte for the better part of a week at this point. And I'm assuming the office is decorated, the U-Haul is unloaded. So what's next? What's first? How did we get here, and where are we going? I think those are all fair questions that need to be asked. These are all fair questions that are going to be very interesting to discuss as we move forward. I would start with, if I am Dave Canellis, aside from the obvious, which is round out the coaching staff. Priority number 1 for me, I've made this abundantly clear over the past few weeks. You figure out what you need to do, say, and sign to keep Ejiro Evero in the mix. You find out what it is that you need to do to prevent him from leaving to go somewhere else. And it's not just to go somewhere else as an HC. It's to go somewhere else as a DC. We do know that Charlotte has blocked at least 4 teams from interviewing Ejiro Evero for a lateral job, a defensive coordinator job. Jacksonville asked, the Giants asked, the Dolphins asked, the Packers asked. And Carolina said no to lateral move interviews, as is their right to do so with Ejiro Evero still under contract. You cannot block a move for a promotion, but you can block a move for a lateral hiring. You got to keep in mind that there is the opportunity for Evero to walk into Tep's office and go, I don't want to be here. This sucks. I don't like it here. You're not going to get the best out of me. I'm not going to get the best out of you. Let me go. And, if you're Tep, there's got to be a point somewhere that you go, yeah, all right, cool, man. Sucks. I hate it. You're on a contract, but gone. Good luck. Whatever it takes to get Ejiro Evero to stay is the right move. Then it's finding your offensive coordinator. Now, that is obviously a far less prioritized necessity. It's a far less prioritized necessity because Dave Canellis is going to be the offensive coordinator. That's why you hired this guy. You hired this guy because of his work with quarterbacks over the past few years. Russell and Gino in Seattle, Bake Show down in Tampa Bay. You hired this guy because he was able to coach an offense down in Tampa as the primary dude, and it was pretty successful, right? Wasn't the best in the league, but it was also his first year as an OC. Now it's his first year as an HC, but I think we're all pretty sure Dave Canellis is going to be the guy. An offensive coordinator under Dave Canellis is going to be similar to an offensive coordinator under Andy Reid. You're really doing a lot more coordinating than you are anything else. It's much more about making sure guys know.
You mean like clothes and things like?
Yes, we all know Andy and that wardrobe he has.
No, not him. The people under him.
Yes, he's in charge of uniforms. The offensive fashion coordinator. It is more about making sure guys on the team know personnel groupings. Guys on the team understand who might be called on to go in different sets and circumstances and situations. Making sure guys understand alignments and all that. All the important stuff that a play calling head coach doesn't, frankly, have time to deal with, right? You need, as an HC who calls plays but also has to HC the squad, you've got to know that when you go to Andy Reid's Waffle House menu of a play chart and you make a play call in a certain situation, a certain down and distance, that you are not responsible for making sure that the right guys know that it's their time to be on the field or come off of it. So getting an OC is important. I would argue that Dave Canellis needs to find an offensive Mike Vrabel, an offensive Bill Belichick, somebody that can come in and get the guys on offense drilled down and disciplined to where there are no mental mistakes in a game. It is not so much that I need you to come in and put together an offense. I need you to come in, run ideas by me, and make sure the offense is not going to go in and screw up in a high-pressure situation.
All right, so you mentioned Andy Reid. I'm waiting for you to mention the name of the guy you think you should bring in. Are you leaning towards Eric Bieniemy? Because it kind of sounds that way.
I don't think Eric Bieniemy comes because I don't think Eric Bieniemy is going to give up a spot where he's calling the plays, right? I don't think that he is going to.
Well, Washington doesn't have a coach yet, do they?
They don't. So, I mean, if they want to hire Eric Bieniemy, great. But Eric Bieniemy, from what I'm
saying is he may not have a job coming up. So if
possibly
he's worried about not having a job, and the role that you just talked about under Andy Reid was Eric Bieniemy.
It was. Again, you're right. He may not want to give up play calling detail. He may not have a choice. But there's a lot of teams that have had coaches that have not introed their new OC yet. So I don't think it's desperation mode for Bieniemy. And even if it is, like, why Charlotte over some of these other jobs that are looking for OCs, right? Like, why Charlotte? If nobody else is going to hire him, then maybe you're there. But again, is Bieniemy a guy? I'm not saying yes or no. I don't know. is
Well,
be Eric
if you're looking for a guy like that guy, you could probably go get that guy.
I don't know that that's true, I guess is what I'm saying here. I don't know that's true. First off, I don't know that Eric Bieniemy is that guy. I need, you know what, like I said, I'm looking for an offensive Mike Vrabel. I'm looking for an offensive Mike Vrabel, a guy who gets it, a guy who can give ideas, but more importantly, a guy that is going to gel that locker room. A guy that is going to make sure that next year, if we get 2 or 3 or 4 games deep and you start the season 0-2 or 0-3, 0-4, your locker room's not going to fall apart because, oh, bleep, here we go again, right? I need a Vrabel. I will say this about Mike Vrabel at Tennessee. The last 2 years have been failures, no doubt. The first 4 won't, but the last 2 years have been failures. However, there was not a game that Tennessee looked like they were walking through it. There was not a game that Tennessee looked like they weren't trying to win the football game. That's Mike Vrabel. That is the Mike Vrabel impact. I want that, but I want that on the offensive side of the football. Now, I don't know who the guy is. I don't know who that cat is that you get in there to work alongside Dave Canellis as his OC. I mean, I would love to end up with a Bobby Slowick or somebody like that, but they're not going to leave where they are to take the same role in Carolina. So we'll see. But I think the defensive coordinator is the most important job you've got to fill next, and I would like to keep it filled with Ejiro Evera. Flip side, offensive coordinator, less important, still important. Next thing after that for Dave Canellis, you have got to be, and I mean from now until the draft is over, from the draft is over till the start of camp. This is roster building time. The biggest reason that this team failed the last 2 years, we can hang it on Reich, we can hang it on Rule, we can hang it on Fitterer, we can hang it on Tepper, we can hang it on whoever you want to hang it on. But I truly believe that the biggest reason this team failed was how bad this roster is. Bryce Young got sacked 62 times last year. That's a team record. And I frankly don't believe that was all on Bryce Young. Were there some coverage sacks? Yep. Were there some sacks because BY read the pressure wrong? Sure, he's a rookie. But 62 times is a stupid high number of sacks for anybody. The offensive line's got to be rebuilt. Rashad Beard and I talked last Thursday about the potential to move Ike Ekwonu from left tackle to left guard. I think last season kind of put it on display. He might not have it in him to be a left tackle, right? He's got the size, but I don't know that he has the length or the quick snap thinking that you need to be a left tackle. You got to make that move. As we have mentioned a number of times, you've got a number of deals that you got to figure out. Shaq Thompson is one. Brian Burns is one. Derek Brown is one. That's the foundation of your defense. You need to make sure that Frankie Louvu is happy so that he doesn't bounce the minute that an opportunity presents itself for him to do so. Offensive side of the ball. You've got to go find me a one wide receiver. I don't care if it's through the draft. You figure out a way to get up into the discussion. You don't really have the capital to do it, but you rolled the dice on getting the right guy early second round. I don't know if you maybe forfeit a second round pick to go get somebody. I don't know if you try to bring in a free agent like a T. Higgins and hope that they can break out in this offense, but you've got to go get me a number one. As much as I hoped that he was going to be the guy, he wasn't, and then he got banged up. I got to find a Hayden Hurst replacement. I got to find a top flight tight end. I said going into this year, and I believe this, what is the best friend of a rookie QB? And I absolutely do think that next year is Bryce Young's rookie year, in my opinion. What is the best friend of a rookie quarterback? A tight end, a great tight end, a very good tight end. Hayden Hurst just wasn't that this year for this team. Tried to be, just wasn't that guy. And maybe with a better offensive line and a better wide receiver to alleviate pressure, because you could cover Carolina's wide receivers with a wet paper towel, maybe Hayden Hurst can kind of break out moving forward. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case at all. So you got to get me an a wide receiver one. You got to get me a tight end one. And frankly, as much as I appreciate the efforts of Chuba Hubbard, I would love to see a franchise running back there. I would love to. Now, the wish list starts and ends with Derrick Henry. You understand how much different this offense looks if Derrick Henry's back there? And I think you've got to go bruiser until you prove me that the offensive line gels, right? The reason McCaffrey is working as well as he is in San Francisco is because the offensive line is good. It allows the offense time to utilize the full skill set of a Christian McCaffrey. You can't have a finesse back behind this offensive line, and unless they just win the lottery in terms of offensive line building this offseason, I think you got to go find an RB1 who is a physical bowling ball of a back. Because the run game has to be your primary threat. And it has to be your primary threat until it clicks for BY. Or it never clicks for BY and you're just a running team now. Either way, you got to have that guy back there. Those are the only options. So, I think you're in a kind of a bad spot with your draft pick, obviously. You're kind of in a bad spot in that you are not getting out until the second round, your first draft pick. I don't know if there's going to be that guy down there. There are some interesting names, a couple of X factors, if you will. You ready for this, Lenza? I put work into this. Xavier Worthy and Xavier Legette are both possibilities. The X factors? Xavier and Xavier X factors.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
I do know how to spell. I know people probably don't think so, but yeah.
How you spell Clinton?
CLINNON.
Nailed it. Western Kentucky's Malachi Corley, Texas A&M's Aeneas Smith are all there. There are wide receivers. They are risky. They are dice rolls. You got a 25%, maybe if you're lucky, 50% chance of hitting on a guy that's going to be a stud breakout, a Zay Flowers, if you will. But I think you got to roll the dice on that, man. I think you got to roll the dice on this. Dave Canellis got hired to maximize Bryce Young's development in his true rookie year this year. But you are going to have to put tools around him to take advantage of what Dave Canellis can do, which means that DC priority 1, roster building priority 2, offensive coordinator priority 3, as that is more of a figurehead and a drill sergeant than they will be an offensive mind. So that's where Carolina has to go. Get better on the O-line, find WR1, find TE1, find RB1, and maximize. Everything has to be geared towards maximizing the growth of Bryce Young. Everything. Everything you do, if you were Dave Canellis, from the day you got your key fob to open the door until the day we get to week 1 next season, everything you do has to be directed at maximizing the opportunities for Bryce Young to get better. That's it. Nothing else matters. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, I'm not going to do that. It's Metallica. This song called Nothing.
Yeah, but you were doing the music version. It was disturbing. You could have just sang the song.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back here. We'll wrap up hour number 2 of the broadcast. And what are your thoughts, Panther fans? You have a direct line to Dave Canellis. He is already a fan of this show. He's already a fan of the show and listening. So, what do you want to tell Dave Canellis should be his priorities? Hit us up. Let us know. Rob Brown, Lonzo, you. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate.
Sorry, Zach. I just decided to not fight today. At least not at this moment. I've scheduled a fight somewhere in the third hour. But I really wanted to because, yeah. Nice young nephew of Rob Young, or Rob Brown, rather. Could be a nephew of Rob Young.
The Fan Upstate is your home for Furman Paladins basketball play-by-play live all season long. Download the Odyssey app, search the Fan Upstate, and listen anywhere on your phone. I'm Chuck Sanders. That's the Sports Flash on the Fan Upstate.
Up to the minute upstate traffic, south on I-85 near Pelham Road as you move down towards I-385. Sold out vehicle was in that right lane. Looks like that's gone, or at least off to the shoulder. All lanes are getting through. A little bit slow there, not a huge backup, maybe add on 2-3 minute delay. I-85 at Malden Road, northbound, you had a problem there in the right lane. Looks like that's off to the shoulder as well. So really good looking rush hour. For the new Song 98.9 WRD Traffic Center, I'm Lauren Houston on the Fan Upstate.
When my daughter gets a cold, I have a secret weapon. Dayquil Kids Berry from Dayquil Kids.
Excuse us just a minute, guys. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Never mind. Short break. I'll do it at the next one. That's a short break.
It is.
Kids Very Delicious daytime congestion, coffee, and stuffy head, stuffy nose, just for kids. Medicine. Safe for kids 6 years plus.
From the Ingalls Market Studio.
The next one's just as short.
Upstate. 97.7 FM Greenville. 97.1 FM
Robin Lonzo. Call 844-FAN-PRO.
Wrapping up the second hour of the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. 844-326-3663 is the Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas phone line. Text us 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N. We'll read them on the air. You have an open line right now to Dave Canellis. He's listening to the show up in Charlotte, streaming it at thefanupstate.com. You guys right now can tell him exactly what it is you want to hear. You want to see him prioritize in his first few weeks as the HC of the Carolina Panthers. What is it? What is it? What do you want to get to? All right. A couple other things I want to talk about. Big game on the docket tonight for the Gamecocks. Big game on the docket tonight as South Carolina takes on Tennessee. Spur Daddy texted the show earlier, said, Rob, polls don't matter in college football or college basketball. Only March matters. Another texter wrote in and said, Rob, Gamecock men should have been ranked after they destroyed Kentucky in Carolina. I actually agree. I will give you, if you want it, the little bit of good news, the little bit of levity here. And that little bit of good news and little bit of levity is that of the unranked teams, South Carolina received the most votes.
They got a lot of votes.
Thank you, Lonzo.
You're welcome.
Thanks for stepping in there. Stepping in and stepping up. Of the teams that are unranked, the Gamecocks have the most votes. They are effectively ranked 26th. This is interesting. This team is 17-3. Tennessee right now is sitting with one fewer win and one more loss than the Gamecocks. There is, however, a big difference. And we have talked about this. I talked about this a couple of weeks back when I had South Carolina fans saying, Rob, what is it we need to do to get respect? And what did I tell you then? You need a signature win. Your wins weren't impressive. You had wins, but they weren't impressive. Then you had a chance for some wins. You had an opportunity at some wins. You got run out of the gym by Alabama. I cannot tell you how much that loss hurt. And then that loss to Georgia. That loss to Georgia is going to haunt you for like a while. Because this Georgia team is okay. They're 13-4. They're 3-1 in conference. But they lost to Oregon. They lost to Miami. They lost to Providence. They lost to Tennessee. They lost to Florida. Like it's an okay Georgia team. It's not good. And that out-killed you. But you're 3 in a row since then, on the road at Arkansas. Back-to-back homers, including a win over number 6 Kentucky. This win, this game tonight on the road at Tennessee, this game gets you ranked. If you win this game, it's where you check it. Now, I got real bad news for you, for those of you that are fired up about this one. You are 14.5 point dogs on the road. You are plus 900 on the money line. You are a 9-1 dog on the road at Tennessee. If you care about this, ESPN Analytics gives you an 8% chance to win this game. Let me tell you what this game's about to me. And I know a lot of you are going to say that this is a weak take. And I respect that. Let me tell you what this game is. This game is a game to prove to me that the mentality of the team is fixed. Lonzo pointed out yesterday my response to the L against Alabama a couple of weeks ago. You remember what it was? This team is mentally weak. As soon as anything goes wrong for this team falls apart. This team is mentally broken. As soon as they get frustrated, they lose their minds. They lose their identity. They start playing bad ball. It's bad. Can't do it. Can't do it. But then they got the wins. Again, the Georgia loss is bad. And I go back, I watched that Georgia game, and I will say this. Georgia doesn't have a ton of basketball talent. They are what I need Lamont's boys to be. They are tenacious. They are, pardon the terrible expression, Bulldogs. They do not let up. It is high-pressure basketball, start to finish. You make a mistake, Georgia will capitalize. They're not going to beat you. They're going to hope that you slip up, and they're going to take advantage of that. I watched right back in the, second week of the season, Georgia was down at FSU. Florida State's a better basketball team than Georgia. Georgia won that game, just like they did against South Carolina. Late in the game, FSU was up 8, 9, 10, whatever it was. And then they just kind of started slacking. They started taking plays off. They started lollygagging. And the next thing you know, you look up, Georgia's cut the lead down to 4, down to 2. Now they've got a tie. Now they've got the lead. Exactly what happened to South Carolina, right? That was another game that I came in here the next day and I said, that mentality is still there, right? As soon as Georgia kind of throttled up a little bit, as soon as Georgia said, all right, boys are on the ropes, let's go get them, let's go finish them, that was a spot where I need a genuine SEC championship caliber team to hammer down, to get right, to get in the huddle and go, fellas, we got to get this right. Like, we got to do this. And they didn't. Instead, it turned into panic ball, launching threes, no cohesion, no off-ball movement. It was like 4 guys standing around the arc waiting for their chance to shoot the next 3. It's a good shooting team. It's a good shooting team for sure. But not when it's in panic mode. Not when you basically have guys firing off threes in the face of two defenders because nobody's moving off the ball and defenses are getting comfortable closing out on shooters, right? I can't have Michi pulling up threes from the logo unless you're like you were against Kentucky, up 10 with 30 seconds to play, then have at it. But that's not going to do it for me. So, this game tonight, listen, if you can get the win, get the win. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be real tough. You are almost 15-point underdogs, okay? I'll put it this way, 15-point underdogs, and I don't know that I'm comfortable betting South Carolina to cover the 14.5. I have bet on them to cover almost every other game they've played. I can't do this one because Tennessee's good. What I want to see out of this game from Lamont's fellas, don't let your heads start spinning. Listen, the crowd's going to try to get in your head. Tennessee is going to try to get in your head. This is a team that is going to try to poke, prod, push, provoke you like Alabama did. And they're going to do that because they saw Alabama do that, and they saw Alabama be successful in doing that, and they saw your team melt down. This is a game where I need to see South Carolina not mentally fall apart. I'll worry about the rest of the games after that, right? You got Tennessee, then you're back at Georgia, redemption game. Ole Miss, decent team. That's in Columbia. That's at the house. Vandy, got to win that. Then you're on the road at Auburn. That's a top 16 team. If you can compete with Tennessee, you can beat an Auburn team that just lost back-to-back games against unranked teams. Then you got LSU, another team that is going to try to fly up and down the floor, get you out of your rhythm, get you out of your pace. If you allow a team like Tennessee to change your mentality, to change the way you look at, approach, play the game, then yes, a team like LSU can do the same thing in a different way, but they can do the same thing. This game tonight is not about a dub to me. I know there's a lot of Gamecock fans going, what the hell are you talking about, Rob? Every game's about a dub. Yes, I understand. That's why you play the game. What I'm looking for is prove to me that you can go into a very hostile environment against a team that wants to poke and prod you, and you can play your game. You can play your game. We'll see. Texas said after you listed Georgia's losses, one could argue that the USC loss to Clemson sounds worse. Yeah, that's okay. So the Georgia loss is worse because of Georgia's losses, right? The loss to Clemson's not a bad loss, especially on the road at their house. It's not a bad loss. And they kind of screwed you when they turned around and started ACC play with 3 consecutive L's. But that's not a bad program. And they proved it. They should have had the dub at Duke. But either way, the Georgia loss was bad, and you've got to get right. Just show me tonight at Tennessee that you're not going to let them knock your heads off and get you out of your game. Because your game's good enough to be a quarterfinal, maybe semifinal SEC threat if you're playing your game and making other teams play your game. But we'll see. Speaking of segues, I don't have one, Lonzo.
It's all right. We're used to it. Atlanta is filling out their coaching staff under Raheem Morris. Why don't you just leave the room? One of the first hires include Zach Robinson as the quarterback's coach and passing game coordinator to fill the role of offensive coordinator. Robinson was with LA during their Super Bowl run and worked with both Matt Stafford and Jared Goff. Clemson football continues to impress with their 2025 recruiting class, this time signing a talented defensive lineman, 4-star Isaiah Campbell of Durham, North Carolina. He's the third 4-star player to commit in 2 days. Tune in tomorrow at 6:30 as the Furman men's basketball team takes on the Citadel right here on your home for Paladins football and basketball right here tomorrow, right after Offsides with Mark Ryan and Diesel on the Fan, Upstate. All right, I know this is gross, but I had some nasal drip about to happen, and I didn't know what to do. I guess we're just on radio. I just let it go, but you know. But then while I was talking, I couldn't do that. I'm gonna get better eventually. I hope. So, in your professional opinion, if you're talking and a nostril decides to leak,
I have mastered the quick wipe. You just got to get dirty.
I couldn't reach it while I was reading, and I just
no, you just got to go thumb and forefinger.
Yeah,
wipe it on the jeans. Just got to get dirty. Javi, what's up, big dog? That's one of my old fraternity brothers popping in. Javi's in my degenerate betting fraternity brother chat.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly. And recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share one thing,
yeah, I'm thinking I may have to go ahead and take the medicine.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson, yeah!
Jackson Hewitt
Hugh,
is
yeah.
so sure you'll get your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson, yeah!
And Jackson Hewitt also
Hugh, yeah.
accuracy of your return for life. So don't just sit there. For your biggest refund guaranteed, walk into a Jackson Hewitt today and dance out Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
At Granger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Hear the biggest game of the year. Super Bowl 58. The Chiefs versus the 49ers. Live from Vegas. Sunday, February 11th at 2 p.m.
We know it's going to be a dog fight. It's going to be 60 minutes.
We don't fit the toe. We keep rolling. Don't be stressed. I know it's all right. Ain't no quick meals for damn sure.
97.7 FM Greenville.
Let's talk. Communicate.
97.1 FM Spartanburg. And on the Odyssey app. And GM tonight. Get the latest scores, sides, totals, props, parlays, futures, and much more real-time, relevant sports wagertainment. Weeknights at 7. MGM tonight. Exclusively on the Fan. And on the Odyssey app. Your morning jolt of sports. It's the Rob Brown Show.
Joined in studio by your
I don't know why I thought that was the start of the segment.
undisputed WWE Intercontinental Champion Gunther sits with us.
So there are compilations.
And that's wrong with being ready, Rob.
Out there, I'm sure they are, of nothing but your chops. And have you ever made anyone cry?
Maybe on the inside, yeah.
Don't hit snooze. Hit play. The Rob Brown Show. Now morning 6 to 10 on the Fan.
He got bloodied last night, though.
Yeah, he did.
He was already injured before he got in there.
Oh, you could see it.
Yeah, but I'm from the Rumble, but still, and yeah.
manufactured locally for the Carolinas. This is the Rob Brown Show. Only
The third hour of the Rob Brown radio program is underway. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown, the great Malonzo on the ones and twos. Welcome back, my friends. It is ever so wonderful to have you here on the show today. If you want to be a part of it, you can do it. It is the renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas phone lines at 844-326-3663, 844-326-3663. Text us, the fan line open for you, 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air. Tweet me at The Rob Brown Show. Tweet Lonzo at Lonzo on Word. Tweet all of us at The Fan Upstate. I want you to join us on all the social media as well. Facebook.com/The Fan Upstate. Twitter.com/The Fan Upstate. The Fan Upstate on YouTube, as a matter of fact, just posted a new video this morning, as a matter of fact. Cleaned up version of our little mini rant about the losers and the nerds up at BYU in Texas.
Dork.
With the BYU students rocking the horns down shirts and being told they had to take them off. What a joke. So if you missed that segment yesterday, put that video of that up on the YouTube channel, the Fan Upstate on YouTube. Make sure you check that out. Yesterday, after the show was over, you guys know that we segue into some very random conversations for no reason at times on the show, sometimes for very good reasons. Yesterday's was cookie cake. I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of a classic, good, moist, soft cookie cake. And I did, as I do sometimes after the show, read a live poll after it was over. When people come into different rooms, I'm like, yo, what's up? Cookie cake, birthday cake, cheesecake. Rank them in order, right? Captain America Chris Evans down the hall made a spectacular point, and that is birthday cake incorporates a pretty wide range of cake, right? You got confetti cake, chocolate, vanilla, strawberry, lemon, whatever flavors. You got real fluffy. You do a pound cake as birthday cake. But
yeah, there is no yes or no answer with him. There's a whole lot of analytics and overthinking.
You're kind of that way too. You just do it in a different way.
I am. I'm the mature version because I'm old. Mature, not as in maturity, because we know I don't have that, but I'm the elder version. Is that better? There we go.
Elder is acceptable.
Okay, all right. I'm the elder version.
I was blown away as I asked other people throughout the course of the day, which is probably why nobody talks to me anymore. The number of people.
That's because you hang with me. That's probably why.
The number of people who went cheesecake number one. I was stunned. And I love a good cheesecake. Like it has grown on me over the last decade or so. But the number of people who went cheesecake over birthday cake. I expected birthday cake to be like a runaway number one.
Have you had bad birthday cake before? Because I have. I don't recall ever having bad cheesecake. And I think it's hard to make a bad cheesecake. It's easy to make. You can make a birthday cake that looks immaculate and you're like, oh man, this is going to be good. And you find out that they use sour milk or something when it was, you just don't. I've had bad birthday cake. I've never had bad cheesecake.
I don't know, because I will also tell you, I mean this, and I don't know if this is condemning or not. I don't think that I have ever had a homemade cheesecake. Like somebody roll up to the house and be like, yo, I made this cheesecake. Do you want a piece? I don't think I've ever had that before. I've had a million homemade birthday cakes. I have had homemade cookie cake. I don't think I've ever had a homemade made cheesecake. Maybe that's part of the reason it was third on that list for me.
Well, they're not that hard to make. There are kits out there and stuff. I mean, I don't know how to do it from scratch, but I can follow instructions and use the blender thing. So a mixer, not a blender. There we go.
So your kitchen is clearly a wreck.
Well, I was doing the hand motion right. I just had the name wrong.
Texter said, cheesecake is the perfect dessert. It's the perfect combo of sweet and savory.
You know, something else about cheesecake is it holds together so well.
It does. It's a very easy eat.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about getting crumbs, usually, depending on what the crust is, but you don't have to worry about getting crumbs all over the place and everything. You can even, if you wanted to, depending on the cheesecake, pick it up and eat it with your hand.
I do that with a cookie cake, right? A good cookie cake sticks together. It's not like a cookie where it breaks up and crumbles. A good cookie cake like holds its form. I'm not, so that we're clear, anti-cheesecake, any stretch of the imagination. I'm a cheesecake guy for sure. One of my favorite things.
See, now I want to go to Cheesecake Factory. I don't have to worry about taking a date there. So
I'm still going
good.
milkshake. I'm still going milkshake.
Are you?
The grocery store of choice for me sells about yay big around, about the circumference of like a women's game size basketball. A cheesecake sample platter. And
which is what I usually get from my birthday.
Yeah.
Because you get a variety of flavors.
Like chocolate cheesecake, traditional cheesecake, strawberry cheesecake, lemon cheesecake. It's like a wheel of small cheesecake slices, but all different. And I will tell you, there have been trips to the grocery store with Rob and the lady friend that we just get one. No reason. Why are we getting this? Because it's Wednesday. Seems like a good enough reason for me. It does not surprise me, the love of cheesecake. It's a fantastic pie. That being said, stunned that it blew birthday cake out of the water. Like, it wasn't even close. It was like cheesecake, a runaway number one. Birthday cake was 2. Cookie cake was 3. And I'm not shocked by that, right? I got the majority of the reaction was, dude, cookie cake's just a cookie. Just get a cookie. You can just have a cookie whenever you want. You're an adult. Buy a cookie anytime you want. Which, yes, 100%. I don't disagree. It's different, though. It's not, but it's different. What I did not anticipate was cheesecake running away with the competition. Like it was not a poll. It was domination by the Cheesecakeans. Didn't steal it, ran away with it. It was unbelievable. I don't have any reason to tell you that other than it blew my mind.
Well, I mean, again, you did a poll, and it's interesting to find out what the people around you are into as far as food wise goes, and if they're more like you or not. And you're on an island, but that's fine.
I don't know, man. Like, listen.
So you set the 3 down in front of you, a sample of each of birthday cake, whatever your favorite birthday cake is, cheesecake, and cookie cake. You're going for the cookie first.
I mean, it's gonna go date and time, but most of the time, yes. Most of the time, yes. And I think part of it is what you said earlier. Cookie cake's reliable, right? Like, it's reliable. If anybody is making cookie cakes, they know how to make one. It's good. Birthday cake, man, if there's anything more disappointing than biting into a birthday cake and it's dry, you know what I mean? It's the worst thing in the world. It's awful. And then cheesecake is good. It's very good. But very rarely do you have a cheesecake that like stands out from the other cheesecakes. And I get cheesecake anytime I want. Same situation. I can go to the grocery store any day, not just get a cheesecake. I can get 19 different varieties of cheesecake on a single platter. I can have it whenever. Cookie cake does not make its way into my life regularly. Like, And now I'm at the age where if my friends are celebrating birthdays, it's not with cookie cakes anymore. It's meet me at the bourbon distillery. It's meet me at the brewery. All good things, by the way. But I'm not popping up to any of my friends' 42nd birthday and they're like, bang, cookie cake. It's rare nowadays. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Texas said, I'm glad I'm not the only one who has an existential crisis in the sweets section, scolding myself for wanting sweets. Dude, let me tell you where my life is right now. Tell you what the struggle is for me right now. The struggle is Rob moved here at the heaviest he ever weighed at like almost 280. Okay? Rob did some stuff. He got back down to like 215 at one point. Lonzo can attest, I got thin for a while. Not like skinny, but like for a 6'3" dude who was carrying 280, I lost like legitimately 60 pounds.
Yeah, you did. I did that too. And then decided to go the other way on purpose because I wanted to.
So then I have packed a few LBs back on. I'm back to hovering around 250, 255, which is like, that's my hangout weight, right? Like I'm hanging around at 255.
Hang out.
Shut up, Lonzo. Shut up, Lonzo. Okay. That's my walking around weight. I'm not trying to lose any, but I'm not gaining any. I'm just kind of hanging around right here, and that's fine. But I get married in 8 months, right? Nobody wants to be fat on wedding day. Get married in 8 months, and I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, all right, if I'm going to drop back down to like 230, which is fine, I got to start now. The problem is I have negative discipline when it comes to food. None. Not at all.
We've talked cakes and milkshakes for 2 days now.
I know.
And all I can think every time you bring this up is like, dude keeps saying he's wanting to lose a certain amount of weight. Why is he talking about this stuff?
Tell me if anybody struggles with this like I do. Let me tell you why. There are 2 times that my brain goes, stop being a fat. And it is 1, when we're doing wedding discussions, which we do like once to twice a week, or 2, right when I'm done eating. Soon as I'm done eating, I'm like, oh, I can't do this anymore. And then as soon as I'm hungry again, that goes out the window. 2 days ago, you want to know where the cake conversation came from? Because 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, the fiance and I went to the grocery store with the full intent, Zoe, of fruits, veggies, lettuce. We even did that thing where we ate before we went to the grocery store so that we didn't get tempted into a cheesecake platter. And so we got the cart and we started pushing it up and down the aisle, and we grabbed some, little pre-made lettuce mixers. I switched from sausage meatballs to turkey meatballs. Like, I made healthy decisions. And then as we're walking to the exit, the store we went to does this really annoying thing where the produce section and the freaking dessert section are the same section for no good reason, right? So we go produce last on the way out. I want to get some bell peppers, onion, and celery. I'm going to make some Cajun dishes. Got to get the Trinity. Let me get hooked up. And then as I'm walking, the whole point of this trip was load up the fridge and the pantry with healthy stuff. As we're walking to the exit, I don't even think about it. I just reach down and grab a cheesecake platter. That's where this whole conversation came from. Just grab a cheesecake. We go to the cash out place, the register. The lady's scanning the items. She scans the cheesecake, and the fiance looks at me like, what the hell are you doing, man? What are you doing? I was like, I want a cheesecake. She's like, we are here to not eat cheesecake. I can't. Because cheesecake is that good.
So you could hire someone to just walk around with you at the grocery store and just smack your hand when you do that.
Somebody said that Christmas crack will get you. Can I be honest with you? That's what ruined Christmas for me. The Christmas crack. And I made it. It's just brittle on crackers, and it's delightful. What is it, toffee? It's delightful. It's incredible. It's a great name for it.
Well,
I ate a whole ashtray of it.
Many times on the air, you're like, well, I broke down and had a cheat day. I'm trying to figure out when is not a cheat day.
When I have a salad.
Okay.
Apparently.
All right. When was that? Like last Thursday or something?
Man, I'm struggling, you guys. I'm struggling. All right.
He's still going to go find a milkshake when we're
I
off the air.
really want a burger and a milkshake. I'm not going to lie. You know what it is? The phrase "diet starts Monday" has basically become like a war cry in our house. Diet starts Monday. It's Wednesday. Diet starts Monday. I'll get there.
I'll say it's Tuesday, by the way.
It was an expression.
But you said it twice, and it had me worried that you thought today was Wednesday. It's only Tuesday.
Painfully aware. All right. Coming up in this hour of the show, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about. That is not my fat ass eating food. But here we are. What are you going to do? So, coming up in this hour of the show, Atlanta has hired both an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator. Who are they? How do they fit? And what's next for that team as we do an NFC South discussion around the Panthers? We also got to get some college football in here. Clemson having a heck of a 2025 recruiting class coming in. In fact, right now, it's the number 2 class in the country. National Signing Day is a year and a month away for that class. But does it inspire anything in you that Dabo Swinney is managing to put together great classes? Because I've already heard some Clemson fans going, doesn't matter, all these guys are going to be in the portal anyway. Why would you do that? Why would you set yourself up for that? We'll talk about that and more. It's all coming up as we roll through the third hour of the Rob Brown Show. Rob and Lonzo right here on the Fan Upstate.
Smith.
All right, guys, quick live read. I'm coming right back. Stay right there. You are not wrong, P. Digits. The lineman class is impressive right now, which has been a big problem.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
It all comes down to this. Super Bowl 58. Listen live from Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Takes the snap. Turns the pass. Intercept. Caught by Kelsey. Back to the ground at the 12.
And the San Francisco 49ers.
With a comeback for the ages. The 49ers are going back to the Super Bowl.
Wherever you are next Sunday, stream Super Bowl 58 with Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search Super Bowl. AUTACY.
See, the next Sunday would be this Sunday. It wouldn't be the following Sunday.
So you're saying he should say this Sunday?
No.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I mean,
put the date on it. Just say Sunday, February 13th. I mean, it's adding like an extra word or so. You can still time that.
The this versus next weekday, day of the week discussion is one I've had before. Because technically, if you say next Sunday, this weekend is the next Sunday.
Right.
But also,
if you say this
Sunday, it's the same day.
Right.
So next being
the only day that works on is if you're on that Sunday.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a grammatical shortcoming of the English language. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Alonso with you. Clemson is having a hell of a recruiting run right now, specifically for the 2025 class. They picked up yet another commitment of a highly touted prospect. They ended up bringing in a young man out of North Carolina, a cat by the name of Isaiah Campbell. He is a four-star player, but a four-star player that had a recruiting offer from every college you've ever heard of. He had 32 offers on the table. He had offers from Ohio State, from Georgia, from Alabama, from Florida State, from South Carolina. He had offers from everybody, and he picked Clemson. You have heard at length, if you care about this, about the recruiting pickups of offensive linemen for the 2025 class over the last couple of days. There have been multiple top-notch offensive linemen who have jumped in so far. Here's what I love. Two things. Number one, specifically with the 2025 class, a lot of guys on the line on both sides, a lot of talent on the line on both ways. Very clearly, the focus is on the offensive and defensive line. And I start with the offensive line. I think a big problem for the team this year was the offensive line. I think a big problem in the development of DJ and of Cade has been playing behind that offensive line. I know this is a conversation that frustrates a lot of people, but I stand on it. Your quarterback can only be as good as the line he's playing behind, right? Like, to me, it should be the biggest focus of any team. And I'm talking from NFL down to elementary school peewee ball. Your quarterback can only be as good as the offensive line that they're behind. So to see this team leaning heavy on bringing in offensive linemen like Braden Jacobs is big. He's a four-star out of Alpharetta, Georgia, who had visits at Alabama, Georgia, LSU, Tennessee, amongst others. to see the focus on these guys, to see the focus on positions of need, tells me that while we can absolutely have all the discussions we want about Dabo and the portal, and I think it's fine to, they have the dead last ranked portal class in the ACC. Why? Because there's nobody in it. Nobody coming in. Again, I do think, as I've said, recruit 3 times, right? Recruit guys out of high school, recruit guys out of the portal, recruit guys in your program to stay there. I think seeing the focus on a position of need is something that gives me optimism for this program, A. And B, I think seeing the focus on grabbing guys and doing enough to talk them into coming here with offers from Ohio. This isn't a matter of, this is a program that is just kind of firing out letters and trying to get guys to be the first ones in the door, right? First ones to sit down in the living room with mama. First one to sit down with Papa Bear and say this, that, and the other. This is an effort to get quality recruits. And I like it. I like it. Matt Luke is doing a great job. This 2025 class is number 2 in the 2025 class rankings right now. And again, let's be clear. We are a long way away from the 2025 signing day. But to be where you are right now for the 2025 class, with 24/7 having you ranked net 2nd, ESPN's got you ranked net 3rd ahead of Georgia right now. And again, we're a long way from 2025. There's a lot of decommit stories, recommit stories that we're going to be talking about between now and over a year from now when we get to the 2025 signing day. But the fact that you are hitting on, to me, the position of need, and the fact that you are doing it in a way that guys are, like multiple guys, are passing up on offers from the Ohio States and the Georgias of the world right now, says to me that maybe the panic meter is set a little bit too high, right? Maybe the panic meter about the downfall of this program is just a little high. College football cyclical. Up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. And you had your downtime. I think Dabo learned the lessons of why you had your downtime. And I hate to be cliche, but I think he's got you pointed in the right direction at this point. I like these moves. I like this class. I like the names that are in it. The only teams, according to ESPN, that have better classes right now are LSU and Notre Dame. And I will tell you right now, Notre Dame's got even for Notre Dame, historic 2025 class lined up. I think they have 4 or 5 stars in it already, right? And I've said for a while, I think Notre Dame has the potential to be a problem moving forward. Marcus Freeman is doing a spectacular job there. But there is a good note here for Clemson. Notre Dame 2, ACC 1. Do you know what the next right now, and again, this is for 2025, but jumping that far ahead is good news. You know what the next closest ACC class is according to ESPN right now for the 2025 class? SMU at number 9. Again, a lot of happenings, a lot of drama between here and there. But when you've got that big of a leg up a year and a month out, almost a year and a month out, the likelihood that another team is going to make a huge step at you is unlikely. Do I think that this type of recruiting class excuses Dabo from needing to work the portal? No, not at all. But I do think if you can consistently be number 2, number 3, then the portal becomes a luxury, not a necessity, right? And I think that, to me, is how I would gauge success or failure at the recruiting level. Can you recruit out of high school to get you to the point that the portal becomes a luxury, not a necessity? I would make the argument for some schools. I would say South Carolina, the portal's a necessity right now. I would say Florida State, the portal's a necessity right now. If you want any chance of a bowl game that has any level of prestige to it, the portal is a necessity. It's early for 25, but it does feel like you're kind of at a point where at least in 25, the portal becomes a luxury. That does not mean not to deal in it, not to take guys out of it. It means you can take the special players out of it. You don't have to go get just anybody. It means when there's a mass exodus from Alabama, you can grab those guys. It means when there's a coaching change at Washington and their starters going, you can grab those guys. You don't just have to get some offensive lineman because he's in there. That has been the weakness. That weakness is being addressed. Matt Luke is doing a great job of taking the top guys away from the other top guys. And I got to tell you, maybe this is just me. Maybe this is just my nature. But much as I said earlier about Carolina, I like what I'm seeing right now. To the point that, terrifyingly so, I am almost treading into the land of optimism. I know it's a long way away, but almost treading into the land of optimism.
The flowers are nice here. It's probably not what you're used to.
It's not. It's very much not. In fact, it's worrisome if we're being honest.
It's the sun in the sky. It's beautiful, by the way.
It's a pretty day out. You're not wrong. I am very not comfortable with this, but I think with the fact that we are addressing the biggest need that this team had last year, with the fact that you were addressing, to me, the biggest shortcoming, and you are doing so over the next couple of years, tells me that I kind of think Dabo's got it. I kind of think he's got it. I kind of think he's onto something here. I think maybe we're panicking a little bit. Well, I think maybe some people are panicking a little bit early on this one, right? I've already heard if he doesn't X, then they'll fail. Dude, I'm looking at the steps that are being taken in recruiting for 24, certainly for 25, and I'm wondering, do you actually believe that? Or is this just a way to induce panic?
You can't do this. You can't do this, Rob. You can't go against the grain and say Clemson's going to be okay without going in the portal. We've heard the mass panic elsewhere, and that's got to be the truth. The panic's got to be the truth. It can't be the opposite. It can't be that he can build a team the way he's been building a team and be successful. Because how bad have they been the last couple of years? Horrible. Why would you want to be on that team? How many losses have they had?
Again, as you and I have had this discussion, you have established yourself to a point where not making the playoff is the loss.
Yeah, but you don't have to worry about that anymore.
For sure.
Because
and that takes the pressure off. I still think
with 12
12
teams,
belief,
you got a better shot at least.
I still think there is going to be the belief amongst the upper crust fans, the Ohio States, the Georgias, the Bamas, the Clemsons. That
can you put Bama in there anymore?
Yeah, for sure. Till they're not.
Do you not think there's going to be a major decline?
Be way worse this year.
Yeah,
I think they're going to be probably 9-3 this year.
It may be the end of Bama as we know it.
But I think for those schools, for those schools, making it to the playoffs is no longer the goal. Making it to the quarterfinals, making it to the semifinals, right? Like, I feel like, even though we're in a 12-team playoff now, I feel like getting to the Final Four is now the goal, right? All right, fine. We're in the round of 16. Who cares? Who cares? Or the round of 12. Who cares? We're in the round of 8. Who cares? It doesn't matter unless you are getting to the Final Four. But again, to get there, it is about addressing needs. It is about creating a situation where the portal is a luxury, not a necessity. And right now, a 30,000-foot surface level view, I'd say Dabo's doing the things to make that feel like that's the future.
Has there been a study done yet to find out how many transfer portal players are on a championship team?
There have been a few that I have read, and I want to say that it is not a huge number, but it's significant. I don't remember exactly what it was. In fact, I'll look at the rosters of the finalists.
I think a lot of it has to do with it being, standout players in positions like quarterback or something like that.
Right, exactly. Again, a luxury, not a necessity. There are going to be some teams that have to have the portal just to have guys to play, just to fill out a roster. I need you to get to the level where you're picking and choosing the guys you want out as a luxury, and if none of them come, you still got a good roster built, right? Maybe not what you wanted it to be, but still a good roster out there. So we'll see. But like I said, I think Clemson, I think Matt Luke, I think Dabo Swinney, I think that staff is doing a real good job of creating a situation where they're addressing needs, and building enough talent on the foundation that the portal's a luxury, not a necessity. And that, to me, is the mark of a good program. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute, wrap up hour number 3, move on into hour number 4 of the Rob Brown Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Fan Upstate. I totally forgot the TMF INRs today. You all forgot something.
This is why I sometimes love the internet. After a long and illustrious career, Brock Purdy now has as many postseason victories as Lamar Jackson and Dak Prescott combined.
Joey B coming through in the clutch with this year's number of transfers per team. Very interesting.
South Carolina State over Maryland Eastern Shore 63-53. The Fan Upstate is your home for Furman College basketball play-by-play live all season long. Download the Fan Upstate and listen anywhere on your phone. I'm Chuck Sanders. That's the Sports Flash of the Fan Upstate.
Up to the minute upstate traffic. Looks like we still have some activity northbound I-85 near White Horse Road, that right lane blocked. I'm going to say right now, maybe 15-20 minute delay there. You've got only one lane getting through as well as the shoulder. So quite heavy there. South on I-85, still delays there. South of Highway 101, moving down past Rockland, McClyman as you move down towards Pelham Road. That whole area is backed up from an earlier issue. For the News Talk 98.9 WRD Traffic Center, I'm Laura Houston on the Fan Upstate.
Denise has been playing jazz for 40 years. Last concert, one of the musicians fell sick with RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems. This time, she's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in adults 60 years of age and over. Abrysvo is not for everyone and may not protect all who receive the vaccine. Don't get Abrysvo if you had a severe allergic reaction to its ingredients. People with a weakened immune system may have a decreased response to Abrysvo. The most common side effects are tiredness, headache, pain at the injection site, and muscle pain. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus.
I know, James, Area 51.
For information, please call 1-800-848-4.
Or the death triangle, or whatever you want to call it.
If you're hiring, it can feel like you're trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. And now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. In fact, ZipRecruiter has helped a lot of business owners find their needle in a haystack. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers. Because Telly Tires has grown a lot in the last few years, Marco needed to hire everyone from a receptionist to a store manager to a head mechanic.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even when it's ZipRecruiter helps me keep my business running.
Take it from Marco and millions of other businesses who use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter can help you find the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Kelly Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the it's, kvb.com.
Get the appliances you need right away at Lowe's. Explore the largest assortment of brands.
And so it begins. The first human received an implant from Neuralink yesterday and is recovering well. Initial results show promising neuron spike detection.
You know who it was? Or who, well, you know who ran it, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued because of the monkeys that all effectively killed themselves. I wonder what the jump was from deciding.
The alien said, hey, we need to speed this up.
We're on a timeline here, people.
The conditioning is right, but, you know, some things have happened on this end of the universe. We need to go ahead and get this thing going. We may not be able to hack it, Joe, but, you know, somebody else definitely would be able to.
If you wake up tomorrow and I suddenly have multiple $1 billion in my bank account, it's because I figured it out.
Well, you wouldn't be here. So, I mean, you know, it's like, where did Rob go? And be like, Rob who? It will have erased all. You never worked with anyone named Rob. You've been in this room for 6 years.
So Lonzo asked the question during the last segment about the number of transfer players on championship caliber teams from last year. And my guy, Joey B, P1, actually went and found the numbers for us here. Great one. And they go like this to satisfy your quest for knowledge. Joey B comes through as a fountain of wisdom. Georgia had 2 starters that were transfers. Michigan, the national champions, had 4. Ohio State had a pair. FSU had 7. Oklahoma 6, Penn State 4, Washington 4. The Oregon Ducks had 11. Texas had 4. USC had 12. Alabama 5, North Carolina 4, Ole Miss 16. Louisville 12, Oregon State 8, Utah 4, Duke 6, UCLA 10, Washington State 10, Tennessee 8, Notre Dame 3, LSU 11, Kansas 10, Kentucky 7, Miami 11. That is an average of all those teams put together, which is a good enough sample size to say I would say this is probably consistent with college football as a whole, at least at the D1 level. That is an average of 7.24 transfer starters per team. Compare that to the number of true freshman starters. Same teams goes like this. 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 0 0 1 2 0 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 1. That is an average of a quarter of a freshman starting per team.
That's not abnormal. I mean, because that's been that way forever.
Sure. Bear Bryant used to say you can count one loss for every true freshman that you have to start. And that, I'm not going to say that holds true, but it's pretty close. I would certainly obviously point out that much as life as a whole goes, and James brings up a good point, Colorado not on that list, who probably had 40 starters, despite there only being 22 spots. I would say that.
Hey, special teams counts.
Special team.
So that would be 30. That'd be 33 starters. Kickoff, and not everybody's on. Anyway,
the number of teams that have more than 2 or 3. A lot of them are guys are teams that have new or newish head coaches, right? Coaches that have been there less than 3 years. Oklahoma with Brent Venables has 6. USC with Lincoln Riley had a dozen. Ole Miss had 16, but Lane Portal might as well be his name. Lane Kiffin has said from the beginning, I'm going to wreck the portal. I'm the portal king. No issue with that. Louisville, relatively new, 12.
And how many of those transfer
Mario
players
Cristobal had 11 at Miami
are from a coach moving from one team and another to another, and some of his players following him?
I'm sure a healthy margin for the ones that are first-year guys. I'm sure a healthy margin. I would also ask the question, and I don't know how this chart is broken down. Again, I'm going to do a little bit more research. How many of these guys are transfers but second-year guys, right? Florida State, as we mentioned, rolled out 7 transfer starters. In fact, I am almost willing to bet that number might be low. It feels like that number's low. Trey Benson, Jordan Travis. The question mark is, are these, and I don't know the answer to this, Joe, I don't know if you saw this or not, but how many of these guys are like second or third year transfers, right? Guys that started in 2023, but they transferred in 22. And do they count against that number? I don't know. That's up to you to decide. I just don't know about this particular chart in question. Here's all I'm going to say. I appreciate somebody who wants to do it the old way. I appreciate somebody who wants to just do it the way it's always been done. You recruit nothing but guys out of high school who want to be there and come to your school. And that's all well, good, and fine. As long as you acknowledge that the people around you aren't going to do it that way, right? As long as you acknowledge that other teams are not obligated to do that and that other teams can build good teams through the portal, and you just have to accept it and figure out a way to compete with that. That's all. That's it to me. I don't have any issue with it either way. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. That is your prerogative. Just don't complain when other teams do. And don't complain when other teams who do beat you, if they do. That being said, like I said, I'm looking at the recruiting class for 24 and 25 for Clemson. It is national championship competition caliber, specifically the 25 class. But that's a long way from now. You're well over a year away from that class being signed. There's a lot that can change. I like the addition at the positions of need across the offensive line. I like the fact that you are out competing teams that were in or very close to the playoffs this year. I think you're in good shape, man. I really do. All right. Coming up in the final hour of the show, we got a few more things we need to get to. Atlanta rounding out their offensive and defensive coordinator positions doesn't impact Carolina. Raheem just brought some of his boys with him from LA. Don't have an issue with it for the ATL. Does not impact Carolina. We'll take a spin around the NFC South in its entirety and what their next season might look like. We got some news out of Kansas City. They're going to be missing a stalwart defender who popped an ACL in the AFC Championship game. How does that impact Brock Purdy? And I know we kind of lightly brushed on this conversation yesterday. Did Brock Purdy shake the game manager discussion? And a discussion that I've seen going around. Is it time for the NFL to ease up on the taunting rule after the Zay Flowers penalty this weekend? Is it time to maybe pull back from the no fun league moniker a little bit? We'll talk about that. It's all coming up in the next hour of the show. If Lonzo makes it through this break without spraining his neck from shaking it so hard. Sports Flash.
I guess I should have hit it then, but I was still shaking my head. When South Carolina special teams coach Pete Lembo left to take a head coaching job elsewhere, there were questions about the future of Beamer ball. Yesterday, the Gamecocks announced they've hired two-time Super Bowl winning special teams coach Joe DeCamillis to fill the role, signing him to a 3-year contract. DeCamillis spent 31 years in the NFL between 7 teams, winning rings with Denver in 2015 and Rams 2 years ago, and spent last year as special assistant to Steve Sarkisian at Texas. Charlotte Hornets may be movers and shakers and all that stuff at the trade deadline after trading Terry Rozier to Miami. Reports are swirling that other players, including Kyle Lowry and Gordon Hayward, could be shipped out as well. Tune in tomorrow at 6:30 as the Furman Men's Paladins team takes on the Citadel right here on your home for Paladins football and basketball, the Fan Upstate. Maybe I should have took the meds.
Enjoyed by fans since its introduction way back in 2004 and has remained a fan favorite. The longevity of Baja Blast has crossed generations with its ocean-like color and tropical lime flavor that keeps fans coming back for more. It's bold and refreshing, and don't you think that's worth celebrating? We sure do. That's why we're finally giving the people what they want. Baja Blast in stores everywhere. That's right. Baja Blast is now in stores all year long. And for a limited time, with every purchase of Baja Blast in stores and at participating Taco Bell locations, you can collect coins for a chance to get Baja gear or a Taco Bell deal. So what are you waiting for? Pick up some Baja Blast today at a store near you. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. Subject to official rules at BajaBlast.com and 6/15/24. Void where prohibited.
Your morning jolt of sports. It's the Rob Brown Show.
He had the interception that he threw over to the sideline. That defensive back came the hell out of nowhere.
They broke down that play a couple of ways. He was right there. It was sideline. You cannot really hide too much in the sideline.
If that ball is elevated 6 inches, it's a remarkable throw.
You get what you get there.
No, I do. You're thinking if he was 6 inches taller, as if the height of a quarterback determines the trajectory of a football.
In my head, I hear my voice going, if he was 6 inches taller.
But that's not how throwing a football works.
Well, it doesn't be taller.
Everybody wants to talk Stroud and Richardson, and you should. Those guys are impressive. But as I've said, you're also seeing them, I think, play about as close to their ceiling as they're going to get. They're close to their ceiling. I don't think Bryce Young is.
It's silly. You keep doing it. It's not me.
Damn it, I hate that was funny.
Don't hit snooze. Hit play. The Rob Brown Show. Now morning 6 to 10 on The Fan.
The Fan Upstate.
Golfers, the best upstate deal on golf is back and on sale now. The 2024 Upstate Golf Card gets you a round of golf at 7 premier upstate courses, and it's only $80. Order at upstategolfcard.com. 7 rounds of golf for only $80. Upstategolfcard.com.
When it comes to the best sports talk anywhere, listen to the Fan Upstate on Odyssey. No matter in the car, at home, at work. On your phone, search the Fan Upstate, and you're in the game. Hey, how we roll? The Fan Upstate.
If you're looking for the most epic place on earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction under all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
I'm Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I learned about atrial fibrillation the hard way. My symptoms would come and go. Shortness of breath, fatigue. I kept going. Then I got so lightheaded, I couldn't. My doctor said I have AFib, so I'm about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit NoTimeToWait.com.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Now, CBS Sports Radio.
The Fan Upstate. Here's how to get in the game. On your radio at 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg.
You need more? Listen on your phone. Download the Odyssey app and search The Fan Upstate.
There's a whole lot more to know about sound if you really want to go into the subject.
Your smart speaker. Just say, play The Fan Upstate on your HD radio at WFBC HD3. There's just one more thing. And on your computer at The Fan.
FanUpstate.com.
Upstate.
WORD Spartanburg.
WFBC HD3 Greenville, the official sports voice of the Upstate Fan. CBS Sports Radio. Live from the Philadelphia.
Man, check this out.
You're on official Rob Brown Lockdown.
Represents me the freedom.
Yeah. Filtered sports talk manufactured locally for the Carolinas. This is the Rob Brown Show. Yeah. Rob only.
The Fan Upstate.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the final hour of the Tuesday edition of the Rob Brown Show goes now. This is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown, the great Lonzo on the ones and twos this AM. If you would like to be on the Rob Brown Show, you are not only welcomed to, you are outright encouraged to do it on the Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas phone line, 844-326-3663. That's 844-FANFONE. You may text us on our text line at 71307. 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N. We'll read them on the air. Tweet me at The Rob Brown Show. Tweet Lonzo at Lonzo on Word. Tweet everybody at The Fan Upstate. We were talking back in the first hour about culture, about locker rooms, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't think that any of us feel that's an unimportant factor in success at any level of athletic competition. We were talking about this on Bet for the Cycle last Saturday, my nationally syndicated sports gambling show, which airs from noon to 4 every Saturday on the BetQL network and find Odyssey stations everywhere. Cody Decker is my co-host. Cody Decker is a former Major League Baseball player. And we were talking about Bill Belichick and Mike Vrabel, et cetera, et cetera. And we started talking about the concept of culture coaches, locker room coaches versus X's and O's guys. I think it's one of those things that I'm not saying you can't be both. I'm just saying the number of guys that I would say are both is pretty limited, right? I asked Decker, as a professional athlete who played the game at the highest level, how important to success is having a great locker room, having great locker room chemistry. And his answer was very. He said having a great locker room might be more important than having a great team. Having a great locker room might be more important than having the best talent. He said, I have played on baseball teams that had pretty good talent, but an excellent camaraderie in the locker room that beat teams that were filled with talent, but had no chemistry. Now, in baseball, if you follow America's pastime, the team that Deck immediately referenced, and accurately so, was this year's San Diego Padres. That is a team that built an incredible roster. All stars, up and down, just about every position. And yet, the narrative dropped before the season even started that that locker room sucked. That the guys didn't communicate, they didn't talk, they didn't hang out, they didn't work together, they didn't work out together, they didn't discuss the game together, and they failed miserably. In fact, I would make the argument that their season was probably more disappointing than any other season of any other team in the major leagues. They won 82 games. They lost 80. 2 games over 500. They were only 2 games behind the Diamondbacks. But I want you to look at the roster of Arizona, and I want you to look at the roster of San Diego from the year 23, 24. Well, I guess 22, 23. Whatever. Shut up. I want you to look at the rosters between those two teams. And I want you to look at the credentials, the resumes, position by position, and tell me in what freaking world did the San Diego Padres end up with a worse record than Arizona? The answer 100% comes down to the San Diego Padres had a boat locker room. No chemistry. None. Not organic, not manufactured, just none. And they suffered for it. On the flip side, the Arizona Diamondbacks, 84-game winners, World Series participants, had an okay roster. That was good. Anything to write home about? It was good, as rosters go. What they had was an insane amount of chemistry, an insane amount of camaraderie. And it showed off. It paid out. I would look at the National League East, the Atlanta Braves. All-stars left to right around the diamond. The whole infield got sent to the All-Star game, along with a couple of outfielders. I think they had They had 2 spots where they didn't have an All-Star on the whole team. Great chemistry, great team. They get to 104 wins. They lead the major league in victories last year. Chemistry, right? It's massively important. And so we've talked about a bunch of different coaches. We talked about Bill Belichick. I was listening to a host on CBS Sports Radio on Saturday who came on and he said, here's my hot take. We'll never see Bill Belichick coach another NFL game. And for the record, I think he's right. Because the hoodie way, as Lonzo and I talked about earlier in the show, the hoodie way, the Belichickian way works if you got a Tom Brady, right? And I'm not saying that if Hoodie would have stumbled into a Breeze or a Manning or somebody else, that he might not have had the same level of success, right? There's a very good chance he would have. But the Hoodie ran that team basically saying, what do we need to do for and around our guy to give him the best chance to carry us to a ring? And it worked out fine. That style of coaching does not work if you don't have that guy. That style of coaching doesn't work around Desmond Ridder. That's why Atlanta didn't hire that guy. Is he an X's and O's, guys? He put together some pretty good defenses. But I think if you look at the offensive side of the ball, the last couple of years, you'd have to say, no, not really. Mike Vrabel, kind of the same situation. Opposite style of culture, right? Hoodie was like, everybody but me wears a suit and tie, button down business approach. Whereas Vrabel is the type of cat that his locker room wants to come to his house and hang out on Mondays, right? They want to chill with that guy. He's fun. We love Vrabes. We like that guy a lot. We want to hang out with that guy all the time. And the locker room around Tennessee gelled. They had a great chemistry. Problem was they had a crap roster. This is why I have said, whether it is Atlanta with Raheem Morris or Carolina with Dave Canellis or Gerard Mayo in New England, you've got to find a good balance between X's and O's, being a tactician, understanding the game, seeing the game, coaching the game, and being able to build a locker room that is solid, that is gelled. And that's not easy to do. That's why there are so few. Dan Campbell is a culture coach, right? And I think we can see that in the NFC Championship game. Dan Campbell got out-coached by Kyle Shanahan. Andy Reid, I would argue, is probably one of the few guys that's kind of a crossover guy, right? But Andy Reid's an X's and O's guy. That's why he calls his own plays and does so real successfully. Culture is important, but I'm kind of to the point now where I am of the belief that I need a head coach who knows X's and O's. I need a head coach who is a student of the game. I will take an offensive coordinator to be my culture guy. I will take a position coach to be my culture guy. I will hope that I've got leaders on the team that step up to be my culture guy. But the two coaches that are going to the Super Bowl this year, they're X's and O's guys. It is, and I would even ask about Andy Reid, and I mean this as somebody who loves the walrus cuckoo cachoo. My question mark would be, is Andy Reid a great culture builder? Or does Andy Reid have a great culture because of the winning, right? Is Andy Reid a great culture guy?
I don't want to find out.
There's only one way to.
Yeah. I'd rather not test that theory.
Because I would say we learned the opposite about Hoodie when Brady left, right? There was all this talk. Belly knows ball. Big X's and O's guy. He gets it. He sees the game. He knows how to scheme. He knows how to game plan. And then Tom Brady left, and nope.
Yeah, but Andy Reid was winning with Alex Smith. So it's not like he hadn't won with the other quarterback.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because Andy Reid knows how to run a football team. He knows how to coach a football team. He knows how to look at his Waffle House menu, look at the defense, see what's out there, and dial up the right play on 80% of the snaps that the Chiefs take. Andy Reid could have Hoodie's attitude, Hoodie's mentality, Hoodie's behavior, Hoodie's post-game press conferences. He could have all those things, and I still think there'd be a great culture in Kansas City. Because there's two ways to build culture. You have a guy who connects with the players, understands the players, gives them their platform, lets them feel like they are important and leaders. And the second is to go win a bunch of damn Lombardi trophies. Because if I am going to the Super Bowl more often than I'm not, if I'm in the AFC Championship game 6 consecutive seasons, I'm probably willing to put up with a lot more BS, right? I'm probably willing to work for a guy that I like a little bit less as a person if I know working for this guy is going to get me to the Super Bowl 50% of the seasons that I play, which is what Andy Reid has done. You are more likely to put up with Bill Belichick's crap in Foxborough because you were going to a Super Bowl every other year or back-to-back years or whatever. It's not that way anywhere else. Building a culture is important. Like I said, Dex Show, former professional athlete, told me to my face, I would rather play on a team with a great culture, great team chemistry, and, an above-average lineup than play on a team comprised of all-stars who don't talk to each other. Don't hang out on roadies. Don't get on the bus together. Don't do barbecues in the offseason, whatever. I'd rather be with a great group of average guys than a crap group of great guys. And this is kind of what I have concerns about with Carolina. I feel like, and we can put a lot of blame on Matt Rule, I feel like we honestly do not know if Matt Rule could be a good NFL coach or not. I suspect not. The OOU stuff kind of did it for me. But I would say the same about Frank Reich. I don't know where Frank Reich actually is as an NFL head coach right now, because I think that the culture is ruined from the top down. The higher up you are, the more impact you have on everyone that's underneath you, right? The position coach has a little bit of impact on culture over his players, but not as much as the coordinator. The coordinator, not as much as the head coach. The head coach, not as much as the GM. The GM, not as much as the owner. And Tep did such a wonderful job of making the culture inside of that locker room absolutely toxic. That Rule and Reich could have been two of the greatest X's and O's guys in the game. But without the talent and with the toxic locker room, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered. They could not have done anything. They could not have taken them anywhere with that locker room. This is my concern about Dave Canellis. I don't know that we can know how good or not good this guy is as an X's and O's dude. And I don't know that we can know, because unless everything changes culture-wise, none of this crap matters. The coaching hires don't matter. The roster rebuild doesn't matter. None of it matters. If you can't get that part right, the guys that are wearing your helmet are largely irrelevant. Again, the Padres, all-stars all around the diamond, crap chemistry. They ended up third in a division that they should have been competing with the Dodgers to win. But they didn't. They couldn't. So, with all of that being said, we talked about this earlier. I am very intrigued about the future of Raheem Morris and Dave Canellis. Why? Atlanta's locker room, real good culture. Last year, and really the last couple of years, they have had a coach who could not X and O. Arthur Smith could not X and O. Dan Quinn could not X and O. They did not bring in coordinators who could X and O. Great culture in the ATL. Terrible coaching. Atlanta, different from Carolina. Carolina felt like they may or may not have coaches who can X and O, but the culture's so bad it didn't matter. They were the Padres. How do you fix both? Well, Canellis is a good start on getting a guy that knows how to X and O. At least it looks like it on paper. Is the culture going to get fixed? Andy Reid has his team with a great culture and a coach who can X and O the hell out of you. Kyle Shanahan has the 49ers, a great culture and a head coach who can X and O the hell out of you. He did it to Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell, great culture, great locker room, not great with the X's and O's. Baltimore, John Harbaugh. X's and O's, do they really have a great locker room? Do they have great chemistry? It certainly didn't feel like it. Zay Flowers freaking out. Lamar Jackson spiking his helmet on the sideline. It looked like a team that had a crap attitude. So I'm intrigued to see what the next move is for Carolina around Dave Canellis. Looked at Andy Reid, watched Andy Reid respond to Kadarius Toney's claim that he was not injured and this was a ploy by KC. And I'm watching this guy, and here was the thought that I had that spurred this conversation on. Great one. As I watched Andy Reid respond to the claims of Cadaverous Tony, I thought to myself, there's like 90% of the time I would believe the player. 90% of the time, I'd be like, oh, man, they're screwing that guy, right? Yeah. Andy Reid said it. I was like, no, Kadarius is lying.
I would say, by the way, if they benched him, who would have a problem with that other than him?
Yeah.
I mean, with the things that he's done this season that's cost the team games. Between drop balls, lining up off sides, just some boneheaded things he's done. When I saw he was inactive, I thought, good.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Sitting him was the right decision.
When you know it's going to be a close game, I don't want that guy on the field. I hate that because of what he was able to do last year, but this year's a different thing. And if he's on the field, he almost seems like more of a liability.
Sitting him is the right decision. And despite the fact that sitting him is the right decision, I still believe Andy Reid, right? Like, that's what that guy has built. Kadarius comes out and goes, I'm not hurt. The Chief said I'm hurt. I'm not hurt. That's BS. I'm good to go. Andy Reid gets on the mic and goes, bro, he was on our injury report for a reason. He's banged up. And I immediately went, I believe Andy Reid because of who he is and how he's built that team and how the team has responded to that whole situation. I believe Andy Reid, whereas probably like 28 other coaches in the league, I'd be like,
I'm pretty sure I read earlier that Andy said he'll be back on the practice field this week.
For sure. For sure. If only to avoid the drama. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, let's run to a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. Got a couple of segments left and a few more stories that I would like to run through with you, dear listening audience. My name is Rob Brown, the great one Lonzo on the ones and twos. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. The Final 40 up next on the Fan Upstate.
Here's the Carolinas' most trusted forecast on the Fan Upstate. Sunny skies today, high 52. Tonight, chance for rain, cloudy, and 36. Wednesday, skies become mostly sunny.
All right, guys, step away for just a minute. We will be right back. right, we're back. Thanks for hanging in there, y'all.
The officials were in on it, that they had some skin in the game. Wink, wink. What do you think? I'm Mark Ryan.
Offsides with Mark Ryan, 3 to 7 p.m. today on the Fan Upstate. 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg, and on the Odyssey app.
Ingles Markets is proud to sponsor the Mark Ryan Sports Spin. From the playing fields to the stands to your own living room, Ingles Markets has everything you need to fuel your athlete and satisfy all the hungry fans in your life. Ingles, low prices, love the savings.
Meet Cheryl. Hey, she's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card. It's gotta be somewhere. Maybe she lost it at somewhere. We searched their pockets. Or maybe she lost it at Pilates. But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card until it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Get the appliances you need right away.
By the way, you were talking about going to Borderlands.
Yeah.
Next weekend, they're having their annual sale.
Next weekend being the 10th.
Yeah. Might be a good time to roll in there.
Yeah.
They usually have things discounted a bunch.
My plan.
Pick up some D&D stuff.
My plan is when hockey season ends to get playing D&D again.
I just checked. I didn't spend my allowance, so I can go over there, I guess, if I feel like it. The only thing I ever need money for is to eat on Saturday, or if I go there on Tuesday, because I just don't go spend money.
We've been saving money, so I've been doing less and spending more time in the bro cave just playing video games already on. It's been very nice. Been very nice.
It'd be worse if you didn't have anything to do.
Yeah.
My new hobby is sleeping.
Big fan. Big fan.
I'd like to sleep at night, though. That would probably be have a little trouble with that right now. Although something hit the house, or it sounded like something was tapping on the skylight. I mean, like knocking on the skylight at about 3:30. No, it's 2:30. Yeah. And you check all the doors and everything, and it's like, I know that was the sound of this, because the skylight has kind of a sound to it. And it's like, okay. What went it in? It could have been a raccoon or a possum or a branch falling. It sure did sound like knocking.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, because it's a big climb to get up there.
The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, Rob, Lonzo, and you. Little bit of news. We're a couple of weeks away from. We got to wait till the 11th of February for the Super Bowl. Like, you knew it was coming, but still 2 weeks.
Yeah, but after that, this football season is over. Because are you like me? Do you lump college and NFL together? So that's like one.
Yeah, it's football season.
It's football season.
Yeah.
Football season is over in a week.
Yep, it's football season. Good news is, ain't no off seasons on the Rob Brown Show. We roll into the NBA. At that point, we will have pitchers and catchers reporting for Major League Baseball. We have got the NBA hitting a fever pitch, All-Star game coming up. The NHL All-Star game is this weekend. We got to start getting some more hockey up in this bad boy. Need to get with our guy Kyle Sullivan, get him back up in here
You know,
to talk some hockey.
If the company wanted to send us to Vegas for a week,
They
to
don't. I've already
cover
tried.
the NFL. Did you?
Yeah.
Of course you
Already
tried.
Yep. Tried it locally. Tried it with BetQL. Tried everybody. They're. I don't know why. I'd hit it off in Vegas. I'd kill it in Vegas. Shows. I know why. Because them asking me to do a 6 a.m. show in Las Vegas, there just would be no sleep. They know that. They're smart. They figured me out.
See, I've never been, and with my overly conservative lifestyle, I would go to bed on time, and I would be up.
That's why I wouldn't send you to Vegas.
Why? No.
Why would I send you to Vegas to go to bed early?
No. I'd be there with you to make sure that you got up and was there on time and everything else.
Listen, I'm up till like 1, 2 in the morning now.
I know,
It
but
would just be, I'll tell you what the schedule would be. It'd be off the air at 10, in bed at noon, asleep till like 10 p.m., up all night, and just the show would be the end of the day, not the beginning.
There's no way I could do that. I mean, because I've never been there before. I'd have to go look around and stuff.
The city that never sleeps.
That's what they say. My wife's been a couple of times, but I've never been.
It's great. I love Vegas. I've only been once. I was there for 8 days.
It's a really long drive, I'm guessing.
Very long drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would not. I mean, you would drive.
Yeah.
You should not drive.
Yeah. I'll wait till I retire and buy the Winnebago. We'll do it that way.
Speaking of the Chefs, great googly moogly, they will be without one of their top defensive playmakers when they take on the Niners on February 11th. Defensive end Charles Omenihu tore his ACL during the 17-10 win over the Ravens on Sunday. He tweeted out a broken heart emoji yesterday when that news broke. Omenihu, 7 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, a strip sack on Lamar Jackson in the AFC title game. The 6-year vet drafted by the Texans in 2019, played 2.5 seasons there, went to the 49ers at the trade deadline of 21, remained there for the 22 season, signed a 2-year deal with the Chefs in March. Mixed the first 6 games of this year for violating the personal conduct policy. Will miss the biggest game of the year now with a torn ACL. Terrible timing for that. Terrible timing for the Chiefs because he, along with Chris Jones, are the reason that the Chiefs beat the Ravens. Their constant harassment of Lamar Jackson made that and Todd Monken lost his bleeping mind for no reason. Offensive coordinating, emphasis on the offensive.
That and Lamar throwing into a receiver who was covered by 3 guys. I mean,
that one mistake did it.
Yeah.
It was that one mistake that did it.
No, I'm just pointing out that the secondary for Kansas City is pretty good too.
They are.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Especially when you got a guy throwing to 3 of you.
What
if he's bound to catch it? I'm just,
that's a big blow for Kansas City. That's a big blow for Kansas City.
They lost him early on in the game, though, if I recall, and were able to still get the victory against Baltimore. One thing you don't have to, I guess you do. I was going to say you don't have to worry about a mobile quarterback, but as we've talked about, Purdy's pretty fast.
Brock Purdy.
He's pretty fast, but he doesn't have the Lamar moves. Okay,
correct.
So it should be easier to spy him if you think you need to.
And
should be easier to get him down in the backfield.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if I am Kansas City, I am treating Brock Purdy like any other quarterback, not like Lamar Jackson. I'm not locking a spy on him. You know who I'm locking the spy in on? Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
He's who I'm treating as Lamar Jackson. I am running the same defense at San Francisco that I ran at Baltimore. The only difference being whatever linebacker is the spy, I want you locked on 23. I don't want, if he farts, you better be able to tell me what it smells like every play. I do not want him loose. That's it. If Brock beats us with his feet, Brock beats us with his feet. But I'm not. It was the reason it was such a surprise that Brock Purdy was out there making dudes look silly with his legs is because it was a surprise that he was making dudes look silly with his legs. That's it. It wasn't anything like ridiculously special that he did. I mean, he was playing great ball, but it was a surprise. Christian McCaffrey is the guy that I'm locking everything in on, down, and around. The only issue you have, and this is why the Omenihu loss is such a big deal to me for Kansas City. It is 100% because of McCaffrey going off the edge. That's where I need that guy. A defensive end's priority number one is set the edge. That is your job as an end. Everything you do after that is sprinkles on the cake, right? I've said cake a lot today. I want a piece of birthday cake now.
And it's getting close. I mean,
know.
28 minutes, you're off the air. You could, even though you got work to do, you could still roll across the street or something and you grab a snack cake if need be.
I know. It's destroying me as a person. I want a piece of cake. Can't stop talking about or thinking about cake. Omenihu's job, any defensive end's job, is to set the edge. Do not let the way my middle school coach described it to me is still the way that I describe it. Hit, sit, eyes to the back, right? Hit, sit, eyes to the back. That's what Tom Grant used to say. As a defensive end.
I don't get the eyes to the back thing.
Eyes to the nearest back, that can hurt you.
Oh, eyes to I'm thinking
yeah, no, to the running back.
Okay, running back. Okay.
Or the quarterback.
Yeah,
or the slot back. Or the tailback.
All right.
So the phrase was hit, sit, eyes to the nearest back, that can hurt you. That was the phrase. So as a defensive end, it's inside leverage on the hand. It's perpendicular to the field, right? Until you identify where the ball is. And you don't let anybody get across your face until you know that they do not have it, right? So, against San Francisco, this is where the loss of Omenihu is big. It is hit. You're looking to Purdy first. Does Purdy have the ball? Yes. Is he in the pocket? Is he rolling? If he is rolling the other way, you're setting a pursuit angle back. If he's rolling at you, you immediately start running towards the sideline so he can't. You want to funnel him back up and back to your linebackers. If Purdy does not have the ball, does McCaffrey have the ball? Yes. Where's he going? If it's away, it's a backside pursuit angle. If it's towards you, it's edge. If he cuts up inside, you dive to him. If he's trying to beat you in a foot race to the sideline, you do that. You race him to the sideline, and you take the best angle you can take to delay his turn up the field as long as possible and give your DBs time to get up. That's it. But you can do more on top of that. That's the baseline. That's the foundation. That's the bare minimum. That's the requirement. Does not mean that when you recognize Purdy's got the ball in the pocket, you can't square up, hair up, and try to get into the backfield and drive the left tackle or the right tackle into the QB. That is an Omenihu special. When the running back does cut up inside you, it does not mean you can't spin off and try to get back to the inside to participate in that tackle. That is a special. And when you don't have that guy in the fold, it puts the other pressure, it puts the pressure on other guys to do more, right? Again, baseline, everybody's got to do their job. But this is a big, I would argue that against San Francisco, I would not say this about most teams. Most teams, I wouldn't say this, but for Kansas City, if you gave me the option of getting Omenihu back, but I had to trade my left guard for it, I'll give you the offensive lineman. I would rather have a healthy Pro Bowl caliber defensive end against McCaffrey and Purdy and Debo out of the backfield. I will give you my left guard to get that guy back. That's how big of a blow this is.
I would rather have a Patrick Mahomes healthy, and giving up your left guard, that might be a problem.
I don't know, man. Like I feel like
if things would have went downhill to a degree, a major degree last week after they lost him, I can see where you're coming from. And it is a big loss, but at the same time, they were still able to defeat a team with a more mobile quarterback.
I agree, but I would also make the argument that San Francisco's got 2 weeks to plan for this, right? They got 2 weeks of knowing you're having to go I'm not going to say subpar, but they know that you are going to go in 2 weeks with a downgraded defensive end. I don't know, man. Like I feel like that's a bigger blow than it's being given credit for right now. By the way, is Willie Gay going to be back for the Super Bowl? Do we know yet?
I haven't seen anything.
You're going Mike Dana as your starting right defensive end now. Who's a big fellow, by the way, 6'2", 257. You're going Mike Dana filling in for Amenahu on the right defensive end. You got Karlaftis and Farrell and Jones left to right. Yeah, I'm going right I'm going left if I'm San Francisco. 85% of my runs are going to be right at the left defensive end. Let's see how you fill in. And I got 2 weeks to play. Kyle Shanahan's got 2 weeks to plan for that. That's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. All right, couple of texts before we get up out of here for the day and do a little what the X is going on the way out the door. Texter said, Rob, I've been traveling, so if I missed it, forgive me. How about a little love for the greatest coach ever announcing his retirement? I am, of course, speaking about Liverpool's Jurgen Klopp. Let me put it this way. When Hoodie left, saw a lot of Patriots fans with the thanks for the memories, coach. Thanks for everything, coach. Thanks for the rings, coach. Thanks for the dynasty, coach. I've obviously got a bunch of soccer friends as I am a net head myself. My Liverpool friends were despondent over this cat taking off. I mean, despondent over this guy taking off. It's a big loss, for sure. Let's see. What other text did we get in here? Texter said, Rob, I also love sugar too much, but I watched this video. Watch it, and you'll never want sweets again. Paraphrasing, but close to that. Lonzo, a long time ago, in my more younger and impressionable days, I was, how do y'all say it, courting a young lady. And this young lady...
Man, I'm old, but I'm not courting old.
This young lady persuaded me to watch a documentary about the meat processing process. Right?
The vegan conversion.
Yeah. About how, farm animals are treated in the process of making sure that I have bacon and steak. And I watched it. And I will acknowledge it was horrific and there need to be great reforms to the meat processing industry for sure. And then I still ate steak a lot most of the time. I still eat mostly meat. I am a carnivore. I appreciate that video. I'll even watch it. I'm just saying the likelihood that I'm going to eat that and not want a little Debbie snack by the end of it is 0%. 0%.
Eliminate sugar and fat and you'll lose weight. It's really hard to do. Eliminate sugar and flour is what I meant to say. You get rid of sugar and flour, you're going to lose weight.
Dude, listen, calories in, calories out. If you burn more than you eat, you're going to lose weight. Now you can spike that up or down by playing with what and where the calories
but
come
sugar
from.
and flour especially, they just kind of sit there and they collect and they get they get bigger and bigger, and so it's the cake is rising sort of thing.
It's a muffin top. I'm just saying. I get this a lot.
If you're in Britain, is it an English muffin top?
No, it's just I don't know. I was trying to make a joke there. I failed. What do you want? It's late.
It's a crisp.
I understand. Telling me over and over, Rob, just cut out the sugar. Right. Do you know what makes things taste good? It's the sugar. Spoiler alert. Everything that's not meat that tastes good is the sugar. That's what makes the good things the good things. I will tell you, I've made the sacrifice. I've switched over to zero sugar sodas now, all right? But then I go home and I did like I did last night. I do like I did last night, and I got a Coke Zero Cherry, and then I mixed it with Vanilla Crown Royal. Makes a spectacular cocktail, and as soon as I got done, I'm like, yo, I probably just ate like 3 days worth of sugar and 2 drinks. But I didn't think about that till after I knocked them down. I know the process, guys. The process, the methodology is not the question. The discipline's the question. I know that about me. All right? I know that about me. James says, sounds like Rob wants to destroy a cake like Elle did. No, I want to destroy a cake by cutting it into nice, neat slices and eating it like a responsible adult, not like a heathen. Elle, she did tweet me back, though. She was like, I always go for the baby because it gives me an excuse to throw another party. And I was like, thank you for your service. I will accept that as an excuse. I absolutely will. Texture said, Rob, I agree with you. If you have an X's and O's coach, you need captains and vet players that buy into the culture and instill it in the rooks. Yup. Carolina got an X's and O's coach. Let's see who become the culture leaders. That's the next question. And if the answer is David Tepper, you're screwed.
You lost me on the smash thing. The
smash thing?
The cake, the smash.
You saw what Elle Duncan did. Did you not see that? So during the last Thursday, you were in the throes of death. I forgot.
Yes, I was devoid of all things except for, snot.
Thursday night, South Carolina's women's team was on the road playing LSU and Baton Rouge. Huge rivalry, right? Kim Mulkey, Dawn Staley, Angel Reese, and Haley Van Lith taking on the new girls for South Carolina. And before the game, Holly Rowe brought a king cake to the table where Elle Duncan and the rest of the pregame crew were sitting, and Elle took a fork, pulled the king cake to her, and started going like this, destroying the cake, trying to find the baby in the king cake. I mean, she destroyed a perfectly good king cake, trying to find the baby, the thing you're supposed to try to avoid. It was very frustrating to watch as a lover of king cake and somebody who's having a real hard time finding a good one. Real hard to watch.
All right, again, for people who don't know what king, you've brought one in, so
you've had king cake.
Yeah, so why do you not want to find a baby?
If you find the baby, you are responsible for purchasing the next king cake, and a good king cake is not cheap.
Maybe she thought that cake was nasty and she wanted to be able to buy the better one.
No, I tweeted her about it. I called her a monster. I said she committed a war crime against pastries, and she wrote me back. And she said, I always try to find it because I like throwing parties. It's an excuse to throw another party. And I was like, all right, well, if you're being honest, then I accept it.
How can you not like that?
That's a great answer. It's the only answer. The only acceptable answer. We got to take a break. We come back with the X's going on, and then we go home on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate.
I've always liked Elle. I liked her more after I saw her destroy someone that we know.
Bum, 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 bum.
Sorry, I'm just now picturing that guy ordering food. I'd like a hamburger and fries.
And a milkshake. I really want that milkshake.
Dude, I mean, why?
Because milkshakes are delicious, and we found our 50s-ish 50s diner. And a good 50s-style milkshake with the tin is day-changing. If you can have one of those and not have a better day because of it, I wanted to see us throw another party is actually the most New Orleans answer she could give. Correct. That's why I accepted it. She responded to me and said that, and I'm like, all right, you're off the hook. I'm going to let this one slide. You still should not have done that to the king cake. Okay? What you do if you want it is you eat gigantic pieces of king cake at a time. Increase the likelihood you find it. But I do accept that answer as a good answer.
Apparently, he is injured again, James. Because Drew McIntyre prayed for it, and it happened.
And nature-made vitamins. Whatever your morning sounds like, nature-made fits right in. Whether you're looking for vitamin C or a multivitamin to get key nutrients, we've got you covered. Now that's a good morning. So you start your day with Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
From the Ingalls Market Studio, the Fan.
Upstate. 97.7 FM Green.
Just jump right into it.
Yeah. Why not?
Why not?
Search the Fan Upstate. Now the Rob Brown Show presents.
It is now the time of the show where we ask Rob what the X is going on, because only Rob Brown knows what the X is going on. Rob Brown. The first thing that's Xing is we are the world.
We are the children, the people. How's it go?
We are the ones, something a brighter day.
Something.
I used to know word for
something
word
day.
and was able to do most of the voices.
That song came out in what? The early 90s, the late 80s? I don't even know. 85, I'm being told right now.
Wow, you're being told. Told you.
Every single like elementary and middle school memory video they put out at the end of the year for us had this song. Every one of them had this song. This one and You Are the Wind Beneath My Wings. For whatever reason, every teacher wanted to jam those two songs into our memory videos.
If they're all female teachers, they watch Beaches, because that's what that song is from. It's from the movie Beaches.
Don't even know what that is.
Okay, it's
We Are the World?
No.
Oh, Wind Beneath My Wings?
Wind Beneath My Wings, yes.
Did you ever know that you're my hero? Every memory video of the 90s had that song in it.
Okay, so
I don't know why it's trending.
We Are the World is Xing because Netflix is putting out a behind-the-scenes making of We Are the World.
100% going to watch that.
Yeah, so am I.
100% going to watch that.
Yeah, because of course, I want drama, and there probably wasn't any.
Oh, dude.
I want Cyndi Lauper and Kim Carnes fighting. I believe Peebo Bryson was there, the smooth guy. I want him just being the most obnoxious one. Like, don't you step on me while I'm singing, that type of stuff.
Lionel Richie, Stevie Wonder, Paul Simon, Kenny Rogers, James Ingram, Tina Turner,
Who's
Billy
James
Joel,
Ingram?
Michael Jackson, Diana Ross, Dionne Warwick, Willie Nelson, Al Jarreau.
Jarreau? Yes.
What do I know by that guy?
He.
I mean, like I know something by him. I just don't know that I know it yet.
Did I come and I want to go home?
Okay. All right. Banger for sure.
He's also very political on your side.
Bruce Springsteen, Kenny Loggins, Steve Perry, Daryl Hall, and Huey Lewis, obviously. Cyndi Lauper, Kim, as you mentioned.
Carnes.
Bob Dylan, Ray Charles, and then, of course, in the background, Dan Aykroyd.
Yeah.
Sure. Why not?
Well, I mean, Blues Brothers, hello.
Yeah. I was being serious. Why not?
If you've heard Rubber Biscuit, he
Latoya
could sing.
Jackson, Randy and Tito, why was Waylon Jennings in the chorus and not given everything? John Oates. No Hall, just Oates?
No, Hall was there. You said it earlier.
Did I?
Yeah, he was definitely there.
Oh, yeah, there he is, Daryl Hall. Why didn't I ask no John Oates?
Well, they're suing.
How the hell you have Smokey Robinson in the chorus? What are we doing?
Well, you're going with the biggest stars of the 80s out there singing. And
Smokey Robinson.
Yeah, I love Smokey. All right. Tears of the Clown, one of my favorite songs of all time. But I mean, not the biggest star at that time.
Smokey Robinson's the biggest star this time. All right, let's do another.
And that dude can still sing too.
Yeah.
That's wild. All right. The next thing is trending is hashtag Thick Trunk Tuesday.
You know, you get one every now and then.
It's all about placement. I got to figure out where to put them when I get these.
My mother is informing me that you said the Banana Boat song. That's Harry Belafonte.
Again, I was
not
wrong.
Al Jarreau. I don't know what Al Jarreau. I don't know what he
it's
said.
It's Al Jarreau, and he had some hits.
I'm sure he did. Like, I know you're gonna say and be like, "Oh, I knew that guy," but
I'm sorry, I got Harry Belafonte and Al Jarreau mixed up.
Rude.
Yeah, I'm not very good. Anyway, back to hashtag Thick Trunk Tuesday.
I have no idea why it's trending. It sounds like it could be borderline dirty, but also not at all. And I don't know which way to go with it.
Maybe it's Arbor Day coming up or something. I don't know.
Thick.
All right, I gotta tell you the truth.
Tuesday.
I didn't see what it was. I just saw it was trending. It was a hashtag, and some things I will not click on.
I did click on it, and it here's where it went. It went one wildly inappropriate tweet, followed by about 50 pictures of trees, followed by a Pepe the Frog meme, and then 50 more pictures of trees. Better than I thought it would have gone.
Okay, all right. I'm guessing mine would have went somewhere else because it's probably I don't know. All right, the next thing that's Xing is Gene Hackman.
Hackman. He is 82.
He's 94.
Damn, Hackman.
Yeah. If you see the pictures, he doesn't look like him anymore. But he's old.
I was going to say,
he's 94.
He's 94.
Yeah, but I mean, you see Mel Brooks. Mel Brooks looks like Mel Brooks.
You know what movie I saw? There was a movie that had a very young Leo DiCaprio with Gene Hackman and The Quick and the Dead. You ever watch Quick and the Dead?
I've
Gene
seen
Hackman plays a gunfighter in it.
Bits and pieces of it,
Dude,
and,
so good.
and there's a female. It's what's her name?
I know I'm blanking on. I can't
Blonde.
remember her name. Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can beat the clock here. Quick and the Dead actress. It was Sharon Stone.
Yeah.
Of course it was.
Yeah.
Great movie. Quick in the Day. Great movie. Great Western. Go watch it. That's it for us. Y'all have a lovely rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out. We'll come back tomorrow and try harder. Maybe. We'll see. For Alonzo, I'm Rob. Have a great rest of your day. Don't drink or drive. I'll punch you in the face. See you back here tomorrow on The Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate later. Yeah. Yeah, Punk's gotta call it. Punk's gotta call it. You can't go 7 minutes in a match that is designed to let you go 7 minutes.
Well,
you gotta call it, dude.
Someone threw up a couple things, made it when Drew did the move that he did on him.
Yeah.
That they think that's when he got hurt, which makes it even more.
Sure.
Yeah. Or maybe they're painting it that way. I can't believe I got Harry Belafonte and Al Jarreau mixed
Yeah,
up.
that's pretty bad.
It's not though. You don't know who either one of them are.
I absolutely do.
You know who
My
Al Jarreau
mother
is?
raised me on that kind of music.
Yeah. Well, then who's Al Jarreau?
I don't know. I know who Harry Belafonte
I said
is.
either one.
Oh, I know who Harry. I know who Belafonte is.
Right. So do I. Now that she corrected me, that's fine.
I don't know who Al Jarreau is. He's a jazz artist, is what I learned during my brief bit of research.
Yeah, but I'm trying to think what songs that he.
I don't know.
had
You know
out
what I mean? It was like jazz
that were
music.
hits.
It wasn't like
No, he had some pop hits. I'm pretty sure.
Al Jarreau popular songs. You're all coming along for this ride now, ladies and gentlemen. 1987's Moon. Throw me in Q. Let's see if we recognize any of these. Here's 1987's Moonlighting.
Oh yeah, is the theme from Moonlighting, the series with Sybil Shepherd and Die Hard. Why am I forgetting his name? Who's the star of Die Hard? Some come by day.
Nope.
Yeah, I know that song.
Here's one called Morning. Not Morning, Morning.
Wow, I'm not familiar with that one. Yep, know this song too.
I do know this song.
I love this song. Look at this song. Bruce Willis. I can't believe I couldn't remember Bruce Willis's name.
Okay, do know that one. So we got one. Let's see what else. After All.
Oh, I love that
Off
song.
of 1984's High Crime.
Software development and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. American Eagle
I feel like I do know this one too.
I forgot all about that song too. By the way, I like Al Jarreau better than Harry Belafonte because I know
this is 3 I've known out of 4 so far. Okay. All right. Anybody else off the top of your head? Anybody know any Al Jarreau songs?
What, there were more? I think that was about it. He'd been around for a while. He looked old when he was doing those, so I could be wrong, but I was a teenager, so everyone looked old.
Let's see. Trying to see if any jump out that I know. Tell Me What I Gotta Do.
Jerry Jones is going to be right. He's not going to move on until he is right. He's got to be right until he is.
Yeah, see, I don't know this one. They all have kind of the same
By the way, the
feel.
videos for all these songs are incredible.
You mean like hilarious, or?
I mean, like the morning one was like an animated 70s Fat Albert style cartoon. Very random with like a toaster and a thing of bread. Pretty impressive stuff. All right, we're out of here, guys. Thanks for hanging out with our adventure into Al Jarreau land. Have a lovely rest of your day. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.